Ladies and gentlemen, we might get started in about 30 seconds, so if you want to grab your tea and coffee or beverage of choice and find yourself a seat. Everyone good to go? Well, welcome to day 2 of the 3rd annual conference of the Robert Menzies Institute, the Menzies Ascendancy, Implementing a Liberal Agenda and Consolidating Gains. For those of you who weren't here yesterday and are not as familiar with our work, I'm Georgina Downer. I'm the CEO of the Robert Menzies Institute, and it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you here today to the Old Quad. We had a fabulous day yesterday with some exceptional papers, and we also, of course, heard from the winner of our high school speaking competition, Vasish Vasreddy, who delivered a very passionate address on the ANZUS and the importance of Australia to that alliance. And, of course, we finished the day with the book launch by Dan Tien of our second book, The Menzies Watershed. And I'm sure this doesn't apply, but if there are any of you in the room who have not yet purchased a copy for Christmas, please do. They're over there on sale, as well as books by some of our speakers and some of our own publications. I know Anne Henderson has got some books for sale over there, which we're very proud to sell, and Greg's book on the Forgotten Menzies is also for sale. And apologies if I've forgotten others. Zach will pick me up on that. Today we will have 4 sessions on frontiers, equality and opportunity, the Commonwealth and political endurance. There will be 3 breaks, lucky you, morning tea at 11 for 30 minutes, lunch at 12:30, over which we will have a presentation, and unfortunately it was supposed to be in person, but it's from Julian Leeser, who's a member of the Federal Parliament, and he's had to go back to Sydney. for sick family members, but he is going to deliver his presentation on Zoom, which is great. So thank goodness for technology saves us in these events. And then we'll also have afternoon tea at 2:30. For those of you who were not here yesterday, the bathrooms are downstairs, and the speakers should know this because they were all here yesterday, but it's 20 minutes for your presentation, after which you will be cut off. Well, I don't think we really were that strict yesterday, Zach, so that's a theoretical cut-off, and 10 minutes of hopefully robust and lively Q&A. I will hand over to Liz, and then Zach will moderate the rest of the day. But Dr. Elizabeth Buchanan on Menzies and the Antarctic Treaty. Thank you, Liz. All right.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity, Georgina and Zachary, to delve into Australia's Antarctic history. It is an utterly overlooked aspect of the Menzies legacy. The period 1957 to 61 was fundamental for the Antarctic continent and for Menzies. The Menzies government achieved a global cooperation treaty at the heights of the Cold War. Menzies drove 2 blocks to one table to negotiate. Over 60 years have passed since the success of this period for Menzies, and it is further underscored by the fact that the treaty remains in place. My research explores Menzies and the Antarctic Treaty. My chapter examines the period pre-treaty, the negotiation years, the first consultative party treaty meeting, which was hosted by Menzies in Canberra in 1961. All right. So for the paper, I used our archives in Canberra, as well as the British archives in London, to gain insight into the 1950 political assessments of Antarctica. I found 3 points of interest, which are examined in my chapter at length. First, Menzies did not necessarily expect the treaty to hold in place post-Cold War. Menzies viewed it as a holding pattern of sorts, to allow liberal democracies like Australia to starve off Cold War conflict and to avoid potential communist bases on Australia's southern approaches. Second, Menzies had a somewhat idealistic view of science and the utility of global cooperation on this front. Science in Antarctica today is very much a Trojan horse of sorts for ramping up state activity and footprints on the continent. And third, Menzies' Antarctic legacy was complicated by the Red Scare of the late 50s and the domestic political turmoil triggered by the Petrov affair and subsequent suspicions of entrenched Soviet influence in Canberra. The complicating factor being that in the 1958 to 1960 era, Menzies found a partner in the Soviet Union when it came to Antarctica. So today, I will begin with a brief discussion of the pre-1950s era I call Meltdown, move to 1957, a period I call Eviction. In 1958, I'll speak to the Antarctic Treaty Negotiation era, before I move to 1959 to delve into the signing of the Antarctic Treaty. 1961, of course, will cover the first meeting of the Antarctic Treaty Consultative Parties in Canberra. I'll finish and leave you with 2020, a contemporary reflection on science in Antarctica to illustrate the Menzies vision for the proliferation of global scientific cooperation in action. So really briefly, and apologies to those in the room that are well-versed in the current claims. But I thought it was really important to briefly illustrate the 7 claims we have that are neither accepted or denied in an international legal sense. Simply the progression of any discussion over them is held off and has been set aside while the treaty remains in place. What this map does not show, but it is really important to grasp, is that under the treaty, the US and Russia have their right to claim any or all of the continent protected. Should the treaty come to an end, a unilateral departure of a state or states, then the situation, frozen, as illustrated, would revert back to those 7 claims and the US and Russian position to assert their own. Of course, no other state party to the treaty, despite building stations or investing in icebreakers over the past 60 years, can use any of this work or footprint as precedent for the basis of stating a claim. All right. In 1948, the US formally moved from an approach of pushing the World Park or UN trusteeship idea for Antarctica. It moved to seek a condominium agreement with claimant states. Here, Washington saw the merge and management of claims. Primarily, the US was pushing to merge claims with Australia. Then the Chilean government proposed a treaty arrangement which neither rejected or accepted the 7 claims but facilitated global collaboration on the continent. The idea was to push the issue of sovereignty off the agenda for the foreseeable future. My archival research has indicated the majority of Antarctic documents fell under the top secret classification, illustrating an early Australian insecurity pre-1950s and in the early 50s era. Defence and intelligence records at the time indicate this was driven by fears of communist creep and the potential for submarine bases to be erected within striking distance of Melbourne and Sydney. But another element of our insecurity in the archives I found was immense distrust for Washington over Antarctic affairs. The archives indicate we were part of something called the Polar Committee, which was stood up by Britain and Australia in the late 40s to discuss and plot the US footprint and designs on Antarctica. So debate went around in circles for a decade or so when it came to how to solve our Antarctic problem. That was until the International Geophysical Year of 1957, the year George Brandis was born, in which global missions converged on the South Pole. They were focused on human endeavour and science, but it became apparent towards the end of the IGY year that the Soviets had little intent to pack up their camps or dismantle established stations. Archives show that cables back and forth between Australian security agencies and the Department of Defence noted they had no ability to evict the Soviets by force in any case. But at the same time, agencies flagged they had little problem in sharing the problem set with Washington. That was until Washington realised the sheer footprint of Soviet bases on the Antarctic continent. And the map there illustrates the basing situation in 1957. So red is USSR, not just one or two. Negotiations began in 1958 as to an Antarctic solution, which essentially sought to have the 2 blocs agree to disagree on sovereignty and work together anyway. This was considered utterly unattainable until it was possible. And this was no small feat because of Menzies' artful navigation of the competing interests. On the screen are excerpts from the Department of External Affairs cables between Menzies and his point man Casey, establishing the parameters of Australia's negotiation position. So for Menzies, there were four key points to the position. First, non-militarisation of the continent. Second, the freezing of status quo of claims. Third, the rejection of an international authority to govern. And interestingly, fourth, the avoidance of any restrictions on exploiting resources. So we can already see there are tensions for Australia. Menzies was seeking to protect a claim to 42% of the continent, but he was asking all parties to set aside the question of sovereignty. Yet again, at the same time, he wanted to protect the ability to execute on vast extraction rights. This is a tension that remains today. So 1959, in Washington, There are 12 original signatories. They are the 12 parties who were active in Antarctica during that IGY 1957 year. Argentina, Australia, Belgium, Chile, France, Japan, New Zealand, Norway, South Africa, the UK, US and USSR. The three components of the treaty that did align with Australian interests, as articulated by Menzies himself, include non-militarisation. The region is not to be regarded as a region in which preparations for war or conflict can be engaged. Cooperation. We're going to have more and more as a result of this association between us in cooperation for scientific research for the benefit of mankind. And on sovereign claims, it was agreed not to abandon claims, but to put aside the argument about them. Of interest in the archives I found is that during treaty negotiations, there were signals that Soviet behaviour was quote-unquote unusually pleasant. It was aligned from the start with the Australian position. Most issues arose with Washington. Evidently, these issues continue today. There is zero discussion of Antarctica in any OSMIN forum since it was established in 1985. Sorry? This stand here? Yes, I'll get into that certain question time. But it's interesting to see, it's a form of, I guess, establishing your strategic interest, future claim to sovereignty, because you've made post-stance. You can now vote from Antarctica, which has upset most of our treaty partners. Australians can vote from stations, which is not in line with the treaty. 1961 meeting. Okay. This is an image of Menzies opening the first ever Antarctic Treaty Consultative meeting. It's hosted in Canberra. Today there are 29 consultative parties. This is inclusive of the original 12 signatories. These 29 parties can vote on the management of the continent, but it's all consensus-based. Overall, there are 56 parties to the treaty today, inclusive of those 29 with voting rights. And back to the image, the archives at the time and newspaper coverage is super interesting, but it speaks of this period as a mini UN for Canberra. UN translators from New York were flown over, specific translation sound booths were erected in Parliament to facilitate the event, which is still there today. It was a proud moment of global leadership for Menzies. The promise of science as a global language for Menzies was immense. So here on the slide, the top left, we have a Soviet station pictured in 1965, and then next to it to the right and below is the current development of a Russian station called Vostok. Compare the size, the materials, the footprint, the security measures, all in the name of science. But science in the 2020s is not that of the 50s. While it has always had dual-use capabilities, the advent of technology and advances in this space has even more critically blurred the military-civilian lines. Today, science is not the basis for cooperation, it is the basis for coercive and conflictual activities in Antarctica. While science is the currency of Antarctica, to a point all states are interested in it, and it does remain a point of commonality and shared passion. Indeed, since the treaty has remained in place for 60 years, is that not a mark of success? In summary, for my paper, Menzies ushered in a global peace treaty at the heights of the Cold War. So why is Menzies and the Antarctic Treaty an issue of so little coverage? Why did Menzies and his team celebrate the treaty so swiftly in 1961? Why did Menzies' legacy in the battle for Antarctica fade into history? I think the Menzies Red Scare, his battle against communism and Soviet agents in Canberra, occurring at the same time the treaty negotiations were undertaken, has quite a bit to do with our absent understanding of Menzies and Antarctica. Consider, the Soviets turned up to negotiations in 1957 with essentially the same playbook that had been written by the Department of External Affairs, previously headed by Abbott. Consider, negotiations were occurring on the heels of the Petrov affair over Antarctica. Yet over Antarctica, the Menzies government found an ally in negotiations with the Soviet Union when it came to dealing with Washington. Finally, consider that diplomatic ties with Moscow were only re-established in 1959, 2 months before the signing of the Antarctic Treaty and during the heights of final negotiations. So overall, Menzies heralded science in Antarctica as a means to adequately stave off geopolitical and geostrategic competition on our back doorstep. While today science is used to legitimise enhanced non-Western footprints on the continent, it has become an unwitting Trojan horse of sorts. I leave you with this image of current contemporary Chinese research stations in Antarctica, and as you'll see, the majority fall in the Australian Antarctic Territory. Thank you.
Questions? We already had one, so...
It was to celebrate the Soviet expedition. Yes. So it's actually quite interesting. You can, if anyone just pops into Google Images, Antarctic stamps, the period late 50s, early 70s, proliferation of stamps from countries that were active in Antarctica. The Russian, so the Soviet time, experience had much more to do with Mother Russia project because of human endeavour that they were undertaking in the Arctic as well. So a real global interest in polar strategy. At the moment, the CCP has quite interesting approaches as well to their, what they call a global polar footprint. So it's about, using lawfare to normalise a presence in a region, and I don't think we've solved the problem. But as my research found, what was interesting to me was that the topic of Antarctica and Menzies' role is completely absent from our history, for the reasons I think that I unpacked in the 3 key points. But if you speak to anyone today about the Australian experience of Antarctica, people are much more interested in the role of Hawke in the 1991 ban on mining, the Madrid Protocol. So it's an absent part of history. Absolutely.
Great plug.
Can I ask a question about how this treaty interacts with our coastal claims of the sea? So how does our claim in the Antarctic affect that? And does the US, which doesn't recognise the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, recognise our claims in the oceans?
So when Australia added the continental CLCS for our EEZ to be extended, they specifically asked for the committee not to consider the claim to the 42%. So southern is the extent of it from the Australian mainland. The US has protested at every turn anything that we do with Antarctica. So they don't use us as a resupply. There's only 5 global points that you can reach into Antarctica for to resupply missions. We call them gateways. The US is in partnership and lockstep with New Zealand. We still have an MOU with China to resupply out of Hobart. So speaking different languages there, obviously, the US doesn't accept our claim. But at the same time, they have a strategic foothold at the geographical South Pole. That's one of their stations, which reaches and astrides all 7 existing claims. So it's definitely something that I think is a problem on the horizon. What do you mean? Yep. No. So of the 56 countries that are party to the treaty, you could pop down there and set up a camp if you can get there and if you can sustain your presence, and that's fine. That's why there's nothing that we can do with China as a consultative party. They could establish 600 stations if they wanted to. They could establish year-round runways if they wanted to in the Australian Antarctic Territory, because we've all agreed that this claimant carve-up matters for nothing. Point is, why invest? And this is kind of where the power and lawfare issues converge. But why bother investing in your footprint if, should the treaty fall apart, it's not something that can be taken into consideration for your claim? And that's one of the subsets of the treaty itself. So it's a really artful, amazing document, but at the same time, you could drive a bus through everything. But it's kind of, the best of a pretty complex solution. But the longer we ignore it, our options narrow.
George?
Thanks. Elizabeth, am I right in understanding that the Antarctic Treaty informed another important international treaty, the Treaty on the Exploration of Outer Space?
Yep.
And they have certain commonalities because they are both directed to potentially contested common uninhabited areas, albeit in different domains. Could you reflect on that and the relationship between those two treaties?
Thanks, George, for a fantastic question. So I think David and I were discussing this earlier. It was 5 years, 6 years between the two. If you read the two treaties side by side, Outer Space Treaty and the Antarctic Treaty, a lot of legal commonality there. The inspection regime of the Antarctic Treaty is almost word for word that of the Outer Space Treaty, which basically says any party to these kind of global commons, as we'd call them today, any party needs to provide free and fair access to any any installation to another party. And of interest is the way that is unfolding in Antarctica is, for instance, and it's not in breach of the treaty, but the Russians will park an Antonov on an ice runway, which is needed by an inspection party. Or they will turn off their transponders, so there's no safe way to chat to the station to say, hey, we're popping by to have a look around. The Russians say, fly over. Fly over, arguably, is also a way to inspect a station. And this is what I'm talking about, the intricacies of this treaty. And how it's playing out, the inspection regime in outer space is, for instance, Chinese stations have recently changed all of the connective points in which you port into safely. So they're not the same as the International Space Station ones. So there's no safe way for any foreign country to kind of just arrive and turn up to inspect any installation in space. But again, it's not in breach of the Outer Space Treaty. So I think collectively... Ooh, I don't know. I'll take that on notice. I don't think so. Joy is a legal person. I don't think so. No. But I mean, how many other global commons have we put in the hard basket and just kind of set and forget while countries have established quite artful ways in lawfare?
Is there a sunset clause on the treaty? Is it due for renewal at some point?
Yep.
And secondly, how do you maintain the distinction between the Antarctic Treaty and the Convention on Marine Living Resources? What's the interface between the two?
So I'll go two and then one. So the convention, so what we call the Antarctic Treaty System is essentially what we call the broader kind of cluster of management arrangements for Antarctica. So the Antarctic Treaty is just one of those tools. So the convention sits under that as well. So if you were party to the Antarctic Treaty and then you put in your notice to say, not for us, that comes into effect 2 years after you put in your notice in Vienna, and then you wouldn't be bound by the convention. So you can fish krill to your heart's content, which we know specific states have now fishing militias, right? Building block of global food source. And the first question on, sorry, can you rephrase it again? Sunset. Yeah, it's a really good question because in the public debate it's often skewed incorrectly. So in 1991, that was the point at which, so 50 years, in which the Antarctic Treaty was open for review. It's been open for review since 1991. So you need to have one CP, one of the 29, to call a review conference, but you need a consensus-based agreement as to what you're agreeing to review or to change. So it's been open since 1991. There have been 0 calls for a review conference, which is interesting. The treaty itself has no expiration. What's often in the public domain is 2048, which is a date to do with the Madrid Protocol, which is one of those other cluster of agreements under the treaty. So the ban on mining. That opens in 2048 for a review conference. Again, same rules apply. You need one of the 29 to call the review. You then need consensus agreement of all parties. And the interesting wording in the Madrid Protocol is that it needs to be replaced with another mechanism for basically not controlling, but basically having a protocol around extraction. So are there caps on extraction? What resources? Thanks for the question.
Oh, great.
Oh, God, I think all the questions.
Yeah. I'll do it for you.
I was just wondering if there was any relationship between claims to Antarctica and the contested sovereignty of the Falkland Islands in South Georgia.
I don't know enough about the Falklands Island disputes, but what is interesting is whenever the Australians and the Europeans get together to propose new MPAs, so new maritime protected areas, they often fall off the coast kind of in a wedge, off the coast of either the Australian claim or the French claim. And so Washington and Beijing come to the meeting every year and say, this is not about the protection of living resources or the marine domain, this is about extending your sovereignty, protecting it and keeping it off the table. Falklands is fascinating. I think there was an independence vote again recently, wasn't there? There's obviously political turmoil there. But the issue with that region for the US primarily is the sheer number of RN vessels that are posted to that region in a non-militarised space.
And very quickly, one last question.
Beautiful. It does apply to the marine.
Thank you very much. That was amazing.
Thank you.
So this session is really on undiscovered or undiscussed topics, because our next presentation, while there's obviously been a great deal of discussion around Menzies and nuclear tests, there is less so around the foundation of Lucas Heights and the potential for Australia to have become a nuclear power country. But Michael De Percy will unpack that further for you. He's a senior lecturer at Canberra Uni. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach, and it's a real privilege to be here. So much has been written about Menzies in the context of the idea of nuclear colonialism, and a lot of this comes from the McClellan Commission, the Royal Commission held in 1985 into the nuclear tests in Woomera, Montbello and Maralinga. Now, an unfortunate thing about Royal Commissions is there's often a distinction between fact and opinion. And we saw that recently. Gerard Henderson did a great job of pointing that out about the Cardinal George Pell and the Royal Commission there. I think one of the issues that I'm really focused on, and if I can just point out, I'm a political scientist, not an historian, so I'm sure many of you will know more historical facts about certain things than I will. But what I'm hoping to achieve in my contribution is to recast that narrative around Menzies in the atomic era. And so I'll talk a little bit about my method, which won't appear necessarily in the chapter, but I'd like to provide you with an understanding of where I'm sort of coming from. I think too that what hasn't been spoken about with Menzies is the unrealised potential of our nuclear industry, and he actually presided over that very important period. And I think even though we have not sort of realised a great deal of that potential, it is unrealised potential. It's still there. It's something that we can still adopt at the moment. The really interesting thing is just yesterday, Chris Bowen has gone to the UN Climate Change Council meeting, and Australia is basically the only country that's not adopting nuclear as part of its carbon emissions reduction scheme. So I dare say that international pressure, including the cost of living crisis we're going through, is going to put much more pressure on Bowen to reconsider. Now, this is unfortunate for Labor, of course, because their narrative has all been about anti-nuclear, that it's bad, that it's dirty, and so on. And I guess what I'm really trying to do here is to unpack their narrative and issue a new narrative about Menzies and the positive aspects of this very important technology. And just to give you an idea of how important it is, I find it really interesting when we hear particularly people of the Green Left ilk, if you will, talk about using their mobile phones and technology and so on. But I hear from a scientist at ANSTO just the other day at a presentation that if it wasn't for the nuclear industry, mobile phones wouldn't exist. So, a great deal of the technology that we're talking about is a result of this particular industry. And I think there's a lot of false narratives that go to a particular ideal that need to be addressed. What I'm going to do in the paper is trace the development and the subsequent stagnation of the nuclear industry in Australia. I'm going to focus on Sir Robert's legacy, but also his influence on energy and defence policy today. There are a number of pieces of trivia that were really interesting that came up in some of the study I've done. We actually covered that on the Afternoon Light podcast. So if you're interested in the sort of really interesting tidbits there, they're in the podcast. And there were some great questions there from Georgina. Now, in terms of the method, now in political science there's a method known as historical institutionalism. And what it does is it traces the processes of politics over time. I actually adopt this as a method, and I've developed a model of path-dependent punctuated equilibrium. Let me put that in normal terms. Basically, once you start a policy, it's really hard to undo it. And you have then legacies of that initial policy which inform the next policy. And it's really interesting when we look at the 1985 McClellan Commission into Maralinga and elsewhere, all of the sort of blame fell on Menzies for enabling this to happen. But it actually happened in 1946 under the Chifley government. They actually agreed to all of these tests and the locations in the first instance. We don't hear that in the narrative. So in terms of how I approach this particular paper is I've started with chronologies of the sort of technological developments, resource discoveries in Australia, and also the Allies' decisions around how nuclear weapons in the first instance would be developed. And there are a number of coinciding arrangements between the United States, the United Kingdom, that had an important impact on Australia's nuclear development. One of the key things I've noticed is that there is a real process of nuclear development. Now, obviously it starts with nuclear weapons, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, in the first instance, but then after the war, it immediately focuses on, well, how do we develop this for elsewhere? And of course, the United States was heavily involved with Canada because Canada had discovered uranium. Now, at this point in time, Australia had not discovered its own uranium resources. We did have radium, which was used for sort of glow-in-the-dark gauges and things like that, but there was no sort of real knowledge of what we had in terms of resources here. So, of course, the Canadians were very important to the US. They were heavily involved in the Manhattan Project. Now, the UK was also involved, but after the war, the US decided that they would not share their technology as widely as they had first envisaged. So the UK went on its own mission to look at using the remnants of the empire to develop technical scientific skills and also resources to help with their own development of their own weapon, given that the US was not going to provide that information to them. So Australia very much became a part of that. Now, the really interesting thing is that Australia actually wanted nuclear weapons straight after the war. In 1946, part of our defence policy was going to be that we couldn't really rely on the UK, and this had been proven with the fall of Singapore, that the US, and many people don't even realise that there were tens of thousands of Americans who died defending this country. And I think that's a legacy that Koreans know this legacy well of Australia's contribution and the US contribution, but I think we've sort of let that narrative disappear, and I think that's a major mistake in our teaching of history. But again, we necessarily can't rely on the US or the UK when it comes to real politics. So Australia was really keen to have a deterrent, because a nuclear weapon is a deterrent. If I can put it in context, so in Gaza at the moment, population just a bit bigger than the Australian Capital Territory. They have the equivalent of the Australian Army operating there as militant soldiers organised into battalions. So, that we're not a hard target. We're very much a soft target. Our capabilities are very limited. We rely on these external alliances, which are tricky at best. And of course, that's exacerbated by our trade relationships at the moment. So back in the day, nuclear weapons were seen as one way of making us a hard target. If you wanted to attack us, you'd be dealing with some serious retaliation. So what ended up happening was we went from weapons to then, under Truman, I think it was, the Atoms for Peace, and started looking at nuclear energy. But before that happened, there was much experimentation around nuclear science. So research experiments and skills capability were the initial focus in Australia. That then developed into medical products. Nuclear energy, Menzies thought, would not become affordable until at least the 1970s. And of course, because of our abundance of coal and the absence of emissions targets back in the day, there was no real need to invest in that particular industry, let history take its course, and it would happen organically. But there's a really interesting progression from research and medical products to nuclear energy, then to nuclear weapons. Historically, it didn't happen in that order, but there's an order of morality that's attached to that particular narrative. So if you can save lives with nuclear research and medical products, that's a great thing. Nuclear energy, if it can solve problems of emissions, then that's increasingly being seen as a good thing. Nuclear weapons, however, is a step too far. But in Australia, the narrative has been all about that nuclear is bad, and that's the end of the story. Studies that look at whether or not people are interested in living nearby a nuclear reactor indicate that it's much closer than you would think, but most people don't realise that Australia's nuclear reactor is within 25 kilometres of the Sydney CBD anyway, and it has been there since 1958. So, a lot of this is about marketing and the narrative, as opposed to the reality. And if you haven't been, I urge you, get out to Lucas Heights and have a look. It's an incredible experience. And many young people who have been there have become converts for nuclear energy as a result of seeing what's actually happening. So that particular narrative, it builds on my earlier work. I'm really interested in, over the period where we had a series of prime ministers in quick succession, it was interesting that there wasn't time to deviate from what had been established previously. So we saw in a lot of policy areas that we had basically the next government picking up the previous government's policies, modifying it a little bit, but essentially moving that forward, And then, of course, it was very difficult to develop anything new as each new successive government came along. Now, Menzies, of course, had this very long tenure, the longest of tenures in Australian political history at least, which enabled him to at least start the development of the process. So, what I wanted to look at, though, in particular, was a little bit of the chronology, and I won't go through each of these in detail, but basically what happens is in 1946, under the Chifley government, Australia gears up for nuclear weapons. The Australian National University was actually established to help develop nuclear weapons. Now, can you imagine the ANU dealing with this sort of policy today? It's almost farcical. But at the same time, we had the development of the Snowy Hydro scheme. Now it's been recast with this sort of great and rightly so, multicultural sort of infrastructural project. The reality is that Snowy Hydro was actually meant to be a place where there was sufficient water to develop a breeder reactor to create plutonium and to create nuclear weapons. So again, this narrative has been recast to make it more palatable to the non-proliferation ideals that have since developed. Now, it's really interesting that Menzies is subject to this legacy. It's already established, the agreement between Australia and the UK for developing skills in nuclear science, for nuclear weapons testing and so on. It's already there. So it's not like he sort of created it as the narrative has been recast. It's also interesting that in the same year, uranium is discovered in Australia and the Rum Jungle mine commences. So Menzies really is at the beginning of this, but he's not the initiator of many of these issues, but he does pick it up in ways that we benefit from in the present. So, again, I don't want to go too much over the chronological detail, but it's really interesting that what starts to happen in the 1970s, after Menzies' tenure, with the French testing nuclear weapons in the Pacific, public opinion, the Non-Proliferation Treaty. It's actually Gorton who signs the treaty. Doesn't ratify it, but signs the treaty. It was a Liberal government that signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And in the Australian, in recent years, it was reported that Gorton actually wanted nuclear weapons. Like, he really didn't want to sign it. It was a matter of political expediency. McMahon, on the other hand, he didn't want nuclear weapons. So we had this sort of ongoing issue within the Liberal Party, and it actually goes back to Menzies' time. So Menzies was a bit ambivalent about nuclear weapons. He was a bit unsure. He thought nuclear energy was something that should happen. He certainly thought that the nuclear science and skills development was necessary, but he was a bit unsure about nuclear weapons. In the meantime, Gorton, unbeknownst to Menzies, had started pushing to develop those weapons as well. Again, this is something that had been going on in the background, resulting from the Defence Science Conference in London in 1946. So it was a sort of ongoing process that was outside of day-to-day politics. Now, we saw, and just to pick up on this theme of political compromise, When John Howard got, if it wasn't for John Howard, we wouldn't have the current Opal reactor. And again, if you go to Lucas Heights and you have a look at the old HIFARS reactor, compare its capabilities to the new one is significantly more efficient and can produce greater amounts of experiments. It's not even operating at full capacity, so there is redundant capacity there for the future as well. Whereas the old HIFARS, it had really had its day. Each experiment was very difficult and time-consuming. But that compromise enabled, with Meg Lees, to effectively prohibit nuclear energy was a compromise that enabled us to have the Opal reactor. So really it comes down to having the courage to change that prohibition as opposed to it being something that we can't change. And of course at the moment we've got the nuclear energy mix versus the current minister's crash through or crash approach to our energy policy. But look, when we come back again to the launch point, it was that Prime Minister's conference in London, chiefly accepting the projects that Menzies was later effectively blamed for. It was a strategy that was inherited by the Menzies government. There was a general belief that the UK would provide Australia with nuclear weapons, but eventually this didn't happen. So I think that idea of nuclear deterrence really it really disappeared after the end of the Vietnam War. But if we go back, the Malayan emergency was an area where the Menzies government was really keen, the Australian government was really keen to have a nuclear deterrent, and again in the Korean War and so on. But for Menzies, he saw that nuclear technology would become economical for energy by the 1970s, that it could be used for things like desalination. And one of the really interesting things was that also nuclear explosions could be used to dig massive craters to store water. Now, I don't think we would be thinking about that sort of thing today, but it was a process that was actually being used and experimented with at the time. So, look, I've spoken about quite a few of these issues, so I might just skip through. How am I going for time? I've got a couple of minutes. So basically, what happens is we end up with the reactor opened in 1958 by Sir Robert at Lucas Heights. The cabinet is divided on pushing a loan with a nuclear deterrent, particularly because of the cost. It was envisaged by the Australian Atomic Energy Agency, which is now ANSTO, or a forerunner of ANSTO, that they couldn't produce breeder reactors until the last quarter of the 1900s. The focus shifted to atomic energy at Lucas Heights, which of course was then undone by the 1970s. And of course with the signing of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which was an unexpected backflip for those who were previously members of the Menzies government. I guess we still have that underlying capability, but it's not part of the political narrative of the present. So at the present, it's still about nuclear as a bad thing, that nuclear energy will lead to proliferation and so forth. The reality is that is always a possibility. There's always that possibility. So it is something to be cautious of, but at the same time, I think our political system enables us to handle these sorts of issues in ways that can benefit us rather than potentially harm us. But nuclear remains a hot potato, and I think that's part of the legacy of the Menzies era, but at least we have a foot in the game, so to speak. So what we saw, though, was a losing of momentum, particularly in the 60s and into the 1970s, and basically we get to the point where we've come full circle now. So international affairs were a major driver for early nuclear adoption, and I think they're going to be not about defence, but certainly about climate policy being an international problem, that is going to drive our adoption of nuclear energy in the near future. Our sector has declined, but it is still world regarded. I think one of the biggest problems is not only has the ALP tried to rewrite history, but at one stage we had some 8 Australian universities contributing to nuclear science, and that has basically fallen by the wayside. I think there's some real problems that are starting to appear, and it was spoken about looking at the history curriculum in schools recently. One of the problems I find is that when you let government choose what skills are developed, you get the skills that government chooses, whereas if you actually let the market decide what skills are necessary, then hopefully we get better skills. And just a really quick example, we're at a factory recently where they have 20 high-end Japanese welding robots, and not a single person in Australia who has the ability to fix the software. So those 20 robots are sitting there doing nothing, costing a fortune, because there's nobody in Australia who has the skills to make them work. And that's just a disgrace. But again, where do you get these skills from? You certainly don't get it from government choosing what the market needs, in my view at least. So the ALP's tried to rewrite this history, but I think AUKUS has given us the opportunity to reinvigorate this discussion. And I think what we really need to see is that rather than thinking of Menzies as being the person who created this colonial sort of impost on Australian people and our population, that he actually enabled something that we're really going to need right now. And that's really what I'm aiming at. I've got some of my key references here. If you have a look on my website, politicalscience.com.au, the slides are all available for you, and you can download those. But otherwise, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate it.
I'm glad you mentioned where Lucas Heights is. Oh, sorry. I'm glad you mentioned where Lucas Heights is, because I don't think people who aren't from New South Wales quite appreciate just how central to Sydney it is. I know as a child, when I used to visit my grandparents in Punchbowl, we would always drive past Lucas Heights. It was very normalised. I was wondering, do you know if there was any sort of NIMBYism around the building of Lucas Heights at the time? And were there any plans ever developed for other Australian cities to have their own nuclear reactors?
It's really interesting. Apparently the parts of the car park and a slab exist at Jarvis Bay where there was going to be, and Stephen I think recalls that very slab. So yes, there were attempts to do that, but they were abandoned for political expediency. Lucas Heights at the time was, I mean, if you put it in perspective, my grandfather was from North Ryde, and he went to Sydney CBD once, and the police officer said, where are you from? And when he said, I'm from North Ryde, he said, from the bush, eh? So Sydney, when you're talking about Lucas Heights in 1958, I think you'll find that it was very much part of the bush as opposed to the city like it is now. I don't think NIMBYism was that big a deal, and I think there was much more excitement about the possibilities of the technology at the time as well. Obviously that wouldn't have been everyone, but we certainly didn't have that the distaste that came from the likes of Midnight Oil songs about nuclear that we do today.
Yeah, just on that, because Europe's moved on from this nuclear problem. Germany and other countries have a lot of nuclear alternatives. And we're stuck in this sort of anti-Vietnam moratorium, 60s view of life. The left can't move out of it. The true conservatives, in my view, are the left. They won't move from this issue, as well as a lot of others. They say they're progressive, but really Europe's moved on. I'm wondering what you think are some of the solutions. For example, in Europe, Germany, SMRs, or small modular reactors, right? We're not talking about big Lucas Heights issue. We're talking about small containable solutions, and we're abundantly rich in energy in this area. It seems incongruous that we can't move through this impasse, that the cultural institutions dominated by these people who are fighting a 60s war can't see alternatives.
I'll take that as a comment.
Sorry. What do we need to do to... This is more of an opinion question. What do we need to do to get past that impasse of that deal done by Meg Lees to pass the GST in return for the nuclear ban. So what's the process? If we wanted to get the nuclear industry in Australia going, what's the process? What needs to happen?
Well, I think first is a change of government. That's obvious. It's not going to happen with this government, well, unless they're embarrassed enough into doing it. But to answer your question, I think central to the problem is that our educational institutions are opposed to it. So, except for ANSTO, which is like a lone warrior, and a government department, interesting enough, we really need more of the ability to talk about these things. I've had experiences where I've been actively blocked from speaking about it. So that goes to the heart of the problem that Menzies was dealing with. Freedom of speech and liberty, the family, free enterprise, and so on. And I think part of the problem in Australia with what Paul Kelly would have called settlement Australia, we've always had government intervening in our industries, which stops people from innovating. Like, why bother if you can't? A great example is wireless telegraphy in 1905. You got 6 months hard labour if you experimented with wireless telegraphy. That was ridiculous. And we didn't get it until the 20s because the Navy effectively blocked anyone from doing it. Whereas in Canada, they had wireless telegraphy, all over North America by 1906. So I think that's a real problem in Australia. We tend to have this government control of new technologies that prevents industry from developing interesting things. Now, obviously, we don't want people developing nuclear weapons as part of industry necessarily, but there's ways to regulate. And I think that part of the problem is that Australian governments are too quick to regulate rather than enable technologies. And I think there needs to be more focused on enabling, coordinating, as opposed to regulating from the get-go. But look, we have treaties with Canada dating back to 1986, I think it is. My colleague Robert Parker at the Australian Nuclear Association, he's very much the technical person. He suggests that we could replace many of the current locations of our coal generators with nuclear plants. Basically now the infrastructure's there. We wouldn't have to, have all these sort of transmission lines going everywhere. We could just redirect the funding. But again, these are voices that are only just starting to be heard. They've been kept out of the public debate. And I think really it's up to particularly these sorts of institutions like we are here now to really hammer that point about freedom of speech and let people have their say. Just to summarise it, for every bureaucrat I meet who says that they don't like nuclear, there's a tradie who says it's a no-brainer. Seriously, we need nuclear.
George and then David.
Thank you. That was a terrific paper. A comment and a question. The comment is, I don't think it'll be possible for Australia to discharge its AUKUS obligations in the long run without developing some form of domestic nuclear industry or capability. The question is this: you said a moment ago that it would require a change of government for there to be rethinking about this. I wonder whether it is even possible unless there is a change of mind by the Labor Party and this becomes bipartisan. It isn't at the moment. For example, Mr Albanese, in addressing the Queensland Labor Party State Conference last year, said, quote, addressing the issue of a nuclear industry, said, quote, Labor believes in the light on the hill, the Liberals want you to glow in the dark. So there is this kind of undergraduate idiocy that is the prevailing sentiment at the moment on one side of politics. But do you see that changing? Must it change if we're to get anywhere on progressing the issue?
I agree. It needs to be bipartisan. I think if we look back to the nuclear weapons immediately after the Second World War, it certainly was in the main. For me, I think one of the problems is that the academy has been captured by that narrative, and I think there needs to be more of us speaking out about these things. And Unfortunately, we have to have the courage to speak about it. I think one of the problems is many in the academy who do speak out, they're not well defended by their own team. And I think it's really important that that starts to happen. We need these sort of expert voices speaking about this, as credible sources and being defended by their team as opposed to left to hang out to dry. But look, I think the real thing is it almost reflects, the opinion on nuclear almost reflects the result of the Voice referendum. I think the common people, ordinary Australians, are really struggling and they really want help and they're just not getting it. And what they're getting is the opposite. They're getting their property rights taken away from them. They're getting, transmission lines. I mean, I know farmers in regional New South Wales who basically are scared for their own retirement because they have a property that they were going to sell and now no one wants to buy it because it's got transmission wires about to go through it. So, these are really sort of important issues relating to liberal democracy. And I think part of the problem is that particularly that anti-nuclear movement, they're not liberal Democrats, they're social Democrats. And I think that needs to be part of the story. So how do we get bipartisan? I think it will be a matter of political expediency. I think as this renewables push continues to bite, and already we're seeing it's going to cost more. It's not even close to what it was all a dream that just hasn't manifested in any way in reality. And I'm hoping that Australian voters will be the ones who will force the political parties to sort of really get on board with, in particular, nuclear energy. Look, I hope that goes some way to answering. I think it's a much bigger problem than just getting them on board. I think it goes to the heart of our liberal democracy at the moment.
Oh, thanks very much for the paper. Can I ask, so aside from a civil nuclear industry, do you think the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty still serves our security interests?
It's interesting because Australia abstained. There's a new treaty the UN has been putting forward which is about effectively banning nuclear weapons. Now, at the moment, Australia could actually host nuclear weapons from the UK and Australia, is my understanding. We could host them as opposed to build them or operate them. And that's the reason Australia has frequently voted down the nuclear weapons treaty in the UN, but only recently has abstained. And again, abstaining is effectively the same as saying no. If we ever did say yes to that treaty, then I think we're pretty well out on our own with a big continent and a really small military to defend ourselves. So I just think coming back to the point about AUKUS as well, AUKUS is just so fundamentally important. Anyone who thinks that's not true is just kidding themselves. They just have to go back to the 40s and look at what happened here. And if I can say anything too, from every element of my study of history, appeasement doesn't work. You have to be a hard target, and that's the bottom line. So I think anything we can do that at least enables us to become that when we need to is important. Whereas if we were to sign that away in a treaty, I think that would be a major geopolitical blunder for Australia.
Thanks so much, Michael. We'll break for morning tea. Okay, please take your seats. We're ready to start session 2 for the day. So no pressure, Andrew, but this is one of the pillars of the conference, talking about Menzies and higher education, seeing as we are housed within the University of Melbourne. But luckily you are very qualified to discuss this, as you are a professor in the practice of higher education policy at the Centre for Social Research and Methods at ANU, and you were also previously an advisor to Minister for Education, Dr. David Camp. Thank you.
Thanks, Zach. So the key event in higher education policy between 54 and 61 is the Murray Report of 1957. Menzies accepted the recommendations for substantial increases in funding and did so in ways with long-term consequences for both the funding of universities and the structure of Australian higher education. Now, Menzies saw this as very significant. So, at his retirement press conference in January 1966, he was asked by a journalist about what were his lasting achievements of his long reign in office, and he gave 4. One was the formation of the Liberal Party itself. The second was the constant alliance with the Country Party. The third was ANZUS, and the fourth was university policy. So of all his domestic policies, he regarded universities as the most important. Before we get to Murray or the 1954 period, we've got to backtrack a bit to Menzies' own views on education and the various policy developments that led to the Murray Report. So Greg Milish talked about this at the first conference. So Menzies had a particular view of higher education, that it was not just a utilitarian, develop useful skills kind of thing. It was moral, even spiritual, and there are dozens of quotes from Menzies where he expresses this view, going back to fairly early in his career. After time as a barrister, constitutional cases, which we're going to talk about later in another session as well, and a Victorian state political career, Menzies entered federal parliament in 1934. Now, this actually reduced his chance of influencing policy on universities and higher education, because education was one of the residual powers of the states under the Australian Constitution, and so the Commonwealth had no power to legislate for universities, schools, or any form of education except in its own territories. And at the time, there were 6 universities, all with state founding legislation. During World War II, however, the Commonwealth's defence power provided a temporary foundation for its financial involvement in higher education. In 1943, there were regulations designed to ensure the necessary flow of graduates for the war effort, and this led to the first Commonwealth direct intervention in supporting students. So their fees were paid and there was a means-tested living allowance. Later on, this same power was used for the Commonwealth Reconstruction Training Scheme, under which servicemen could get education for their future careers. And eventually, nearly 60,000 people went to university under the Reconstruction Training Scheme. Now, Labor's initiatives in this area in the 1940s were not controversial. The Liberals supported them. And in July 1945, Menzies told Parliament that the Commonwealth's takeover of income tax powers during the war had basically substantially reduced the capacity of the states to fund education. And being a constitutional lawyer, he suggested using Section 96 of the Constitution to fix this, which allows the Commonwealth to make grants to the states on such terms and conditions as it thinks fit. Section 96, however, would not allow direct Commonwealth scholarships or support to students. It could only go via the states. Now, Labor was also concerned about this, and this led to the 1946 constitutional referendum, which David talked about yesterday. There were three referendums put up. The social services one, which also covered what David was talking about, included a provision so the Commonwealth could legislate to provide benefits to students. In the debate on this, on the wording of this, Menzies criticised it only on the grounds that it was a piecemeal treatment of a large problem. So he really thinks the Commonwealth needs more constitutional power in education. Now, generally, as you can see from the cartoon from the period, there was a lot of scepticism about these referendums, that it was part of this view that the chiefly Labor government, as it then was trying to centralise and increase control from Canberra. And sort of a very bad pun in the cartoon as well. Now, on election day, this was put to the people on election day 1946. Two of the referendums failed, but the social services referendum was successful and Menzies had said he was going to vote for it. So if this had not passed, his subsequent Commonwealth scholarship schemes would either have not existed at all or had to take a very, very different structure via the states. Now, as you will know, Menzies became Prime Minister in December 1949, and one of the first things he did in March 1950 was to announce the revision of a review that Chifley had already started before he lost office, something that was later known as the Mills Review. And part of the context of this was that the universities had been really struggling with all the additional students who had come in via the Reconstruction Training Scheme. Mills reported in August 1950, the government had agreed, at least by January 51, possibly early, haven't found that yet, but it wasn't actually legislated until November 1951. And the long delay in this was partly due to protracted negotiations with the states. And the reason for this was that this was going to be a tied grant to the states where they would have to spend or use the money as instructed by the Commonwealth. Now, from the Whitlam government onwards, Section 96 tied grants were an important instrument of expanding Commonwealth policy power. But in this era, even though they had been used sparingly for decades, they were still relatively unusual, and I think Menzies was quite conscious of the need to get the states on board on this issue. Even though he did get the states to agree, these conditions really put pressure back on both the Commonwealth and the universities. So this was there was some grant money just simply handed over, but there was also a contingent component on a basis of £1 from the Commonwealth for every £3 total of state grants to universities and student fees. So the states and the universities had to do things to get the money. Now, apart from the student fees part of the grant, which created additional pressure for the universities to charge their students fees, the conditions on the universities were minimal. The grants were phrased as being for general teaching and research purposes. And this reflected Menzies' view of the proper relationship between universities and the government. And what I've got here, I think, is a classic Menzian statement of the autonomy of the universities. It is not the desire of the government to interfere in the internal management of the universities, nor to attach conditions to the use of these monies which would interfere with their traditional liberty to determine the courses of instructions they wish to take or the character of the research they wish to undertake. Evatt, now as Leader of Opposition after the passing of Chifley, supported the bill, questioning only whether the amount was sufficient. And a future opposition leader towards the end of our 54-61 period, Arthur Caldwell, also supported the bill and Evatt's comments. Now, the benefits to students' power was, however, used to create the Commonwealth Scholarship Scheme from 1951. So these were merit-based scholarships, which always paid the students' fees, and subject to a personal or parental income test, also provided a living allowance. Now, at the start, the Commonwealth scholarships were definitely helpful for some students, but their numbers, as you can see from the slide, were much lower than the peak of the Reconstruction Training Scheme scholarships. And indeed, total enrolments in universities fell during the early Menzies years. However, like the general grants for teaching and research purposes, the Commonwealth scholarships were flexible on courses. So the regulations do have a list of the eligible courses, but it covers almost everything you can think of, including arts, which is the humanities interest that Menzies had. Now, Menzies, at least in retrospect, recognised that these early measures, while establishing the Commonwealth's peacetime role in higher education, were not enough. So while nominal university revenue increased significantly in the 1950s, as you can see on the slide, an inflationary surge in the early 1950s, which was mentioned yesterday, quickly eroded the real value of the grants, which had been legislated with no indexation, and university finances remained precarious. As you can see, in most years, revenue and expenditure are basically the same. So by the beginning of our conference period in 1954, student enrolments were still below the Reconstruction Training Scheme peak, but had exceeded that by 1956, just under 35,000. But the universities were still really struggling. There was a lot of lobbying for a further review to look at this, and this is perhaps where Paul Coley's comments about dragging the feet, about Menzies dragging his feet in the 1950s, comes into play. But finally, after a dinner with Menzies in March 1956, he agreed in principle to such a review. Now, the formal invitations to the committee members were issued in December 1956 with Sir Keith Murray, who was chair of the UK University Grants Committee, also to be chair of Menzies' Review of Australian Universities. Now, the Murray Committee worked quickly and delivered its report in September 1957, and it offered a scathing assessment of Australian universities. In 1957, according to the Murray Report, students and academics were overcrowded in buildings that were grossly deficient. I think that's actually the late 1940s, but you can sort of see the guy still wearing his gowns, teaching outside. High student fail rates, the report said, were a national extravagance which can ill be afforded. And the Murray Report contains much else that will be familiar to later higher education report authors, including David and myself. Issues of student academic preparation, the quality of teaching, the lack of industry doing its own research, the situation of overseas students, dissatisfied academic staff and shortages of graduates, including teaching, still an issue 66 years later. They concluded without quick action, the current critical situation, as they describe it, would turn catastrophic. So a very damning report on Australia's universities. What Australian universities should be, in the Murray Report's view, was very much in line with the Menzies vision. The report's authors assumed that university autonomy was essential and that universities had broad purposes beyond vocational training. In their substantive recommendations, they proposed a University Grants Committee, which would also plan the system, including new institutions. They recommended significantly increased funding to remedy the problems that they had identified and support growth in the number of students. So Menzies was very keen on these recommendations. In his book, The Measure of the Years, Menzies gives an account of how these recommendations were funded. So this begins prior to a trip to England in 1956, when he first met personally with Keith Murray. Before Menzies departs for England, he tells Treasurer Artie Fadden that he was initiating an enterprise that could not fail to be vastly expensive. After gratuitously noting that Fadden was not himself a graduate but had a good Australian outlook and recognised that this was almost an obsession for his leader, Fadden gave the all clear, presumably not particularly voluntarily. After the Murray report had been delivered, Menzies says in The Measure of the Years that Treasury had a full opportunity to examine the proposals. What he doesn't say, but his biographer Alan Martin does, is what Treasury thought of it. Predictably, Treasury did not like them, both due to the level of expenditure and the precedent of giving direct access to a Commonwealth body direct access to a Commonwealth body of the state bodies for their financial requirements. So the universities were getting direct access to the Commonwealth. Menzies told a cabinet meeting called with, he says, 2 or 3 days' notice, that he would like it to sit morning, afternoon and evening and reach its conclusions that night. The cabinet, he says, knowing this was an outstanding event in my life, humoured me and I am still grateful to them. The actual policy response came in stages. Emergency funding distributed through the existing states grants mechanism, followed by the establishment of an Australian Universities Commission. Now this AUC is a real turning point, I think, in seeing Australia's universities as a system rather than as a collection of state-based institutions. So the AUC provide information on planning the development of the system, including capital works and new institutions. Now, funding to the states increased pretty quickly after the Murray report, including this new provision for capital grants. And these grants helped finance a range of new or expanded institutions in the Menzies years and the years shortly afterwards. So this is really a golden period in the expansion of higher education institutions. And my university, ANU, also developed. So ANU could be funded directly under the Constitution, so these are all separate, and the ANU also got additional funding. The Murray Committee recommended increased scholarships, especially for postgrad study, which had been omitted earlier. So the number of students nearly doubled between 1954 and 1961, although Commonwealth scholarships lagged well behind the increase in student numbers. So Commonwealth scholarships only went up by about 40%. Though it is important to stress at this time, Commonwealth scholarships were only about half of all the scholarships available to university students. As Menzies had when introducing previous increases in university funding, he met with no opposition from Labor. In the second reading debate for the Australian Universities Commission Bill, Evatt declared Labor's enthusiastic support. Now, despite all these major developments, new institutions, additional funding, the issues of post-school education did not go away. The first report of the Australian Universities Commission, which was delivered in October 1960, said the number of students was increasing more quickly than expected, and they anticipated this rapid growth would continue. The report suggested that new university institutions were required, and said the Commission had decided to seek the assistance of an advisory committee on this matter. Now, this is what turns out to be the Martin Review. So Martin was the chair of the Australian Universities Commission and was going to do this review. And that was announced by Menzies in August 61. But Menzies' comments on the October 1960 report struck a very different overall tone to his response to the Murray report 3 years previously. While reiterating his strong support for university education, he was no longer ignoring or overriding Treasury objections to this expansion. And he says in Parliament, The government has taken the view that unless there is an early and substantial modification of the university pattern, away from the traditional 19th century model on which it is now based, it may not, and I say with reluctance, be practical for Australian governments to meet all the needs for university education in Australia and at the same time to achieve the best use of resources in the national interest. We think, therefore, that the development of alternative kinds of tertiary education is likely to be of the greatest importance. Now, the eventual result of this was of the Martin Review, which is implemented outside the time period of this conference, was the binary divide, so-called binary divide in higher education between universities on one side and colleges of advanced education and institutes of technology on the other. Now, in thinking about the role of Menzies in the development of Australian higher education, we need to consider the counterfactuals. The expansion of university education supported by the Commonwealth was not a major issue of partisan divide between the 1940s and early 1960s. Menzies said kind things in Parliament about Labor's policies in the 1940s, and they returned to favour in the 1950s and 1960s. It is near certain that if Labor had stayed in power in 1949, with the Mills Review already announced by Chifley, or returned in one of the close-run elections in 1954 and 1961, it too would have substantially increased Commonwealth funding in universities, as it eventually did when it returned to power in the early 1970s. Another counterfactual is a Liberal government with someone other than Menzies as leader. I think spending probably still would have gone up because there's a lot of pressure building to expand the university system, but not by as much as it did under Menzies, and certainly not by as much as it did with the Murray report. And the Murray recommendations went through Cabinet due to the prestige and pressure of the Prime Minister and wouldn't have happened otherwise. By 1960, however, Menzies recognised that a large percentage increase in students from a very low base, which had happened since the mid-1950s, was much easier and cheaper than moving to a genuine mass higher education system. In 1961, Australia's universities enrolled just under 58,000 students. Now there are 7 or 8 universities that have more than that on their own. It's an entirely different level of scale. Another counterfactual question is whether one of the non-Menzies scenarios, a Labor or a different Liberal leader, would have led to the same light touch controls over how universities use their money. Although more central steering did come to the system with the AUC from 1959, planning had been very, very fashionable in the 1940s, especially on the Labor side. So it's not hard to imagine they would have been more prescriptive. The state government scholarships that operated alongside the Commonwealth scholarships were often bonded, so it tied the student's support to a particular course with the return of service in a particular occupation after the course. And so it's not hard to imagine a national version of the same system, whereas Menzies was giving huge flexibility in what courses students could take. From 1964, after the time period of this conference, but interesting for a contrast, John Gorton took primary responsibility for education. Now, Gorton refused to authorise the recommended expenditure for some research without further information, the first sign of Liberal university research scepticism, with echoes to this day. According to Susan Davies, who's the author of a book on the Martin reforms, Gorton preferred the more vocational colleges to the universities, both on the grounds that they were cheaper and of more direct benefit to the community. Ouch. I think Gorton's more utilitarian and transactional approach was probably the more typical Liberal attitude of subsequent decades and quite possibly of the Liberal party room of the 1950s and 1960s. But Menzies' authority meant that view did not prevail. I think the Gorton view is a long way from Menzies' idealistic view of university education, but the national policy structures that Menzies created could end up serving, and did end up serving, a very wide range of policy goals. Thank you.
Greg?
Thank you very much, Andrew. Following up counterfactuals, Chifley and Curtin and so on, and the Labor Party was much more utilitarian in its approach to education. And the 1950s, early 1960s is the age of science. And Menzies is sceptical about the effects of science, which is why he likes liberal education. If there'd been no Menzies, if there'd been a Labor government, would the education system in higher education been less humanities oriented? Would they have taken things, say, to emphasise technology, science and the like much more?
I think so. I think this was the tenor of the time, and that would have pursued it. And Dedman, who I showed you, explicitly called these goals utilitarian, like he was not messing around. We are delivering, concrete benefits here. So I do think Labor would have spent a lot of money, but they would have directed that spending much more tightly to national development goals.
Enjoy that presentation. The movement from colleges of advanced education to universities, did this occur in this period or was it the late 60s? That's the first part of my question. I'll repeat that. The colleges of advanced education morphed into universities.
That was the late 80s, early 90s.
Much later?
Yeah, Dawkins, John Dawkins as minister.
We're not talking about the 70s at all?
No. So Whitlam does bring some formally independent teaching colleges into the public funding system, but they're still colleges. Yeah.
Right. And second part of the question, postgraduate education and doctoral studies, did they gain focus during this period?
Yes, we don't actually even have doctoral studies till the 1940s. So Australia was lagging well behind other countries in that. But part of what the Murray Review said was we should start doing this. And the ANU was an important part of this as well. But the ANU was originally intended mainly as a research university, and it's really only at that merger with Canberra University College in 1960 that it gets into a broader undergraduate education.
Yep. Dave.
And as we know, the hope that Menzies had that the Commonwealth would give its money with a light touch did not in fact transpire as the years went by. And there are people now, of course, suggesting as regulation tightens its grip on the universities that perhaps we should look back to the Menzies approach to the relationship between government and the universities. How do you evaluate that? Is that a practical possibility to move away, given what's happened over the intervening years that both you and I have experienced?
That's a fascinating question. I think one thing that has changed has been a loss of trust. So I think Menzies had this implicit trust that the universities would do the right thing, and I think that has been lost on both sides of politics. And we're really seeing this now, that even though there's some differences of detail between the current shadow Sarah Henderson and the Minister Jason Clare, both of them have this low trust approach, want far more regulation of what universities are doing, far more reporting back to the government on what they're doing. And I think this Universities Accord review, which is underway at the moment, my view is that this is really going to take us down an entirely new path of much more prescriptive control than we've ever seen before. So in some ways, the block grant system, even though there are sort of more rules around it, is still there. Like it is still the mechanism we use today, but I think that may be going.
Michael?
Thank you very much. I was talking with Selwyn during the break about the formation of ANU, and I probably overstated the role of nuclear physics, but my understanding was it was established with £120,000, and then another £500,000 was added, but it was prescribed for nuclear physics or a physics department specifically. So that's kind of like a Labor intervention or aligning money to outcome. Did that change was there a fundamental change in the Menzies era from that original approach with the ANU in particular?
I'll have to check the ANU histories on that. I was kind of working from the budget papers, and it's actually quite interesting where there was this base grant for ANU, then there are these huge supplementary grants, which are much larger than the base grant. And so there's clearly a lot of activity going on, presumably behind the scenes on particular things that they believe the ANU needed to be doing. And it may have been that caused some of these, extra hundreds of thousands of pounds to be added sort of year to year.
Thank you for your presentation. Dr. Kemp over here made mention at an event he spoke at last week that effectively Menzies was dealing with very similar issues in terms of identity politics. And I guess my question was around, most of us agree that the academy has been largely captured by people who don't share sort of Menzies' values. Have you got any reflection on, in terms of, you said there was a high degree of trust between him and, sort of a low touch trust between him and the universities. Given that, back in those days, I'm guessing that the vast majority of university academics and lecturers would have been conservative. What do you think Menzies' approach would have been to tackling some of the cultural issues in the academy today? Because in effect, all of the universities, as some of the people have said, are actually not in favour of nuclear or whatever.
In that retirement press conference, after he says university policy is his greatest achievement, there's a kind of snide comment about all these demonstrators who probably don't realise they wouldn't even be there at university except for him. So in some ways, maybe he's already realised that the relationship between Liberals and universities has peaked, that it's turning out things he doesn't really like, which are the people who protest against his speeches. Look, I think Greg has said this, probably even at the time, in the 1950s, he was seeing universities through rose-coloured glasses. He was seeing it through his experience at this institution, 1913, which was a very different world to even the 1950s. So I think possibly he was a bit naive about universities, and some of his colleagues were possibly right to be more sceptical about the money being spent and the way it was being spent.
Thanks very much for the paper. Just one other thought. I can't remember, was education one of the items in the 14 Powers referendum of 1944? Which Menzies was instrumental in opposing the bloc.
Yeah, I'll have to double check that one, because that one lost, yeah. Great.
Andrew, I want to challenge the observation which made. I think it would be better to say that he had a very traditional and perhaps romanticised view of universities. And if you look at those speeches he gave that you've referred to, the speeches in the 40s and in the early 50s in the House of Representatives, but also, I'm sure you're familiar with this, a great speech he gave at Queen's University in Belfast, where he was having an honorary doctorate conferred upon him during his first time as Prime Minister, when he spent those months in the United Kingdom in the early days of the war. And he expands at great length on his ideal of a university. And it's the classic ideal, it's the John Henry Newman idea of a university. And I think Menzies, a product of his time and a well-read man, his views of universities, I think, were essentially the John Henry Newman view of what a university should be, but not a naive one.
Okay.
What do you think has brought about the lack of trust? I mean, that's an important thing, that these institutions are funded, etc. So why is both sides of politics got this lack of trust in the institutions?
Possibly it goes way back. So if you're looking at just how scathing that Murray report was back in 1957, these were not good institutions. They were failing in their basic duties. and they put it down to funding, but possibly there was more fundamental issues going on. For example, one of the things I've talked about a lot in sort of my public policy career is that we professionalised research, so most academics have PhDs, but we didn't really professionalise teaching. It's just assumed that if you had a PhD, you could go and teach undergraduate courses, when in fact the skills are often quite different. And so when we first actually start doing national surveys of satisfaction with teaching, because one study sort of completing students, so probably the most dissatisfied never even completed, sort of 35-40% of students said they were satisfied with the teaching in their degree. Yeah, it was terrible. Like, it's significantly improved since, but it kind of showed to me that actually you couldn't trust them to do this properly. Like when I was at university, there were some fantastic teachers, some terrible ones, but the fantastic ones were fantastic because they had natural talents or they were conscientious, not because the system actually was designed to deliver great teaching. And so I think the lack of trust, even though it's awkward, and I have a lack of trust in the Commonwealth bureaucrats to do this better because they're hopeless too. But nevertheless, you can see why there are not crazy grounds for doubting that universities will do the right thing without some external pressure.
No, I just should point out that we're trying to buy some time for Senator Bragg to show up. Okay, right. No, Stephen. Yeah, we can have more questions. This might sound quite negative, but you've sort of presented these counterfactuals that university education funding would have gone up without Menzies. It just wouldn't have had that emphasis on a liberal education. But then you've also pointed out that emphasis on a liberal education has largely died out. What then is the Menzies legacy in higher education? To what extent does anything still live of his vision for higher education?
Well, the fact that the Commonwealth is dominant, I think, is the most obvious legacy of it. As I said in response to David's questions, we still do use block grants, which have a lot of flexibility between courses, but we have pulled out the research component of it, and research tends to be more directed than teaching. So particularly through the ARC and HMAC, we've got a huge bias towards medical and other forms of scientific research. That's reflecting government's assessment of what is most important. So I think on the sort of the flexibility on the teaching side is probably the most important thing that is still there. As you contrast that to schools where you've got the national curriculum, compulsion to attend school until a certain age, in the vocational system where they still issue these absurd lists of individually courses named and funding for this and that, which I think is where we're going, but largely we haven't done except for ad hoc new places, including for nuclear submarine related things, which is an example of how bad the government is on these things. Basically reminding the universities cross-subsidised training for their nuclear submarine programs, and the universities will sign up for this.
The universities in the international ratings are based on research paper, is that correct? Firstly, and secondly, are university academics promoted mainly on their research papers? I remember Sydney University had a clean out, according to colleagues of mine, about 10 years ago, based on what you'd publish. If you hadn't published, you didn't stay in the university. There was nothing to do with teaching ability. Is that correct? Research is paramount?
So research is paramount, but there have been changes. So often there is a threshold of teaching quality. So you won't be promoted because you're a great teacher, but if you're not an adequate teacher, you won't necessarily be promoted. And we are slowly seeing the return of teaching only or teaching focused academics, which I think is, at this stage, it's a mixed bag, because this is a mix of people who genuinely want to be university teachers and people who have been reclassified teaching only because they're bad researchers and possibly bad teachers as well. So it's a bit of a mixed category, but that's kind of where I think the economics of the system need to move, and hopefully over time this will develop genuine professional norms about what constitutes good university teaching. an academic wants to have a say.
During Menzies' time, the public service related to Commonwealth education was based, the central headquarters were in Sydney with the Commonwealth Office of Education, and by 1967 that had changed to a Canberra-based Department of Education and Science. Is there anything special about that relationship between the Commonwealth Office of Education and the education policies under Menzies?
Very interesting question that I don't know the answer to. Look, one interesting thing I did see in my research was that there's not actually a Ministry of Education until 1966, federally. But there's pressure from Labor in this period to create a ministry. And exactly why Menzies was stalling on that issue, I'm not sure, except maybe he wanted to keep it in his portfolio, the Prime Minister's portfolio. But again, I think like Mills we saw earlier, he was basically the first Commonwealth education bureaucrat and really a hugely influential figure behind the scenes, in the takeover of income tax during the States and the Commonwealth Grants Commission. So it's not just in education, he is a very important figure in reshaping the nature of who does what in the Commonwealth.
Can I comment on Menzies' legacy, just expanding? Before the 1950s, universities in Australia were seen as quaint and exotic institutions that really didn't have much to do with the wider population. And perhaps if you read, say, Colin Clark writing in 1958 says that our businessmen will send their sons to private schools and then they'll go out to business. They won't necessarily go to university or whatever. He lived in Queensland, so maybe that was... But the thing is that I think perhaps the legacy is that the path to university is now seen as normal for a lot of people. Now, we've had a kickback against that, of course, where perhaps far too many people are going to university rather than going and doing... and that might be a consequence of the Menzies' emphasis on liberal education. There are other things. But it does seem that there's a fundamental attitude shift within the Australian population that dates from the 1950s, where universities ceased to be these strange institutions that people don't have a lot to do with, to them being mainstream and part of the Australian way of life.
I think it probably starts in this period, but I don't think it's actually a thing till the late 1980s, early 1990s, based on sort of the opinion surveys I've got. So I found a survey, from the mid-60s, and it was still only 20% or so of people thought that you needed to go to university. So it's still relatively low. But almost every survey I found from the early 90s of school students, more than half say they want to go to university. In practice, their academic results mean the actual numbers going have always been lower than that, but it's obviously now the normal thing to do. On the other hand, this is not unique to Australia. One of the really fascinating things looking at this globally is despite the different ideologies of governments, despite the very different funding systems from free to extremely expensive, you see basically the same trends everywhere of increasing participation in higher education and eventual attainment of degrees. So it's a powerful global trend. And people say free education makes a difference. Actually, it doesn't matter what the system is. It's so powerful that this cultural change that in each country, people find ways of working around institutional constraints.
Thank you. Damien's going to start out on his own. Thanks. Damien Freeman from the AU.
So a number of apologies and my thanks for trying to fit in. Senator Bragg is on his way and should be here in a few minutes, and we're doing this paper together, so I'm going to start and he'll take over when he gets here shortly. The idea for this paper came from the fact that I, as the general editor of the Kapunda Press, commissioned Andrew Bragg to write a book a couple of years ago, which was called Burudja, subtitled The Liberal Case for National Reconciliation. And his book consisted of 3 essays, the first of which was a sort of long historical essay about the Liberal Party and its approach to Indigenous affairs. And so I thought it would be fitting to adapt that and reflect on some of the themes in that looked at this period of the Menzies ascent. So I'm going to offer some introductory remarks, and then he'll take over when he gets here. I have to express my thanks again to Zach for being generous in allowing us for a sort of broad understanding of the Menzies ascent period in this essay, because we're really looking at things that happened the year before, from 1953, and things that get underway at the end of this period, but don't actually fall into legislation until just after the period. But let me say something about a few of the developments in Aboriginal affairs during this time, the attitudes of Menzies to Aboriginal people and Aboriginal affairs, and something about the historiography of Menzies and his attitude to Aboriginal people, and then I'll hand over to Senator Bragg after that. So we've heard already mention of a few things that have happened in Aboriginal affairs during this period, and also we've heard about the significance of incremental change and the idea that gradually you have change. So you start by allowing Aboriginal men who served in the Defence Forces to be allowed to vote, then you extend that to all people. So the reform in 1962 to the Electoral Act that said all Aboriginal people could be put on the roll. And it is a feature that this happens incrementally. The most significant thing, I think, is the Welfare Ordinance of 1953, which is introduced by Hasluck, and which is developed on the basis of the principles of assimilation and social advancement, which will be one of the 2 main things that Senator Bragg will talk about after I finish. The other thing that he'll talk about is William Wentworth, and his work to establish IATSIS, the Australian Institute of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island Affairs. And Wentworth writes a paper in 1959, and he's advocating for this, and gradually it gets enough support that an interim council is set up, and then finally an Act of Parliament to give it a statutory basis. And those will be the 2 things that Senator Bragg will talk about. The other major achievement of this period, another example of incremental change, is the Social Services Act of 1959, which enabled increased numbers of Aboriginal people to receive social service benefits from the Commonwealth. And it enabled all Aborigines who were not designated as nomadic or primitive to receive maternity allowances, widows' pensions, old age and invalid pensions, unemployment benefits and sickness benefits. Prior to 1959, access to benefits was dependent on Aboriginal people being exempted from the state and territory protection laws. So you see, this is another example of how gradually change allows for people to come into the general approach to social security rather than a special treatment. As I say, the Electoral Act is reformed in 1962, and then just after the period we're interested in 1965, Menzies introduces his bill for a referendum that would have allowed Aboriginal people to be counted in the census, but would not have changed the race's power. And of course, in 1967, Holt does introduce a bill for a referendum that changes both of those things, and there's something to be said about why it is that Menzies is more cautious there, but I think if Senator Bragg has time, he'll say something about that. What I'd like to say something about now is what we know about Menzies' attitude to Aboriginal people. If you look at the history books, I think I think there's a tendency for historians to make a bit too much of these things. They pick out these very small anecdotes and really, what it seems to say to me, well, let me say a few of the things. So one of the things he's asked what his early recollection of Aboriginal people is, and he speaks of his admiration for their aptitude for football, so he seems to remember them in a positive way. Then he changes his tone, apparently, and becomes more dismissive and talks about them as an idle community lacking ambition. And you see this sort of scraps that historians draw on trying to create a narrative that I think is maybe a bit unfair. It is clear that he, towards the end of his life, he spoke about the Aboriginal problem in a way that suggests to Troy Bramston that he was a neo-Darwinist. I think Bramston actually means a social Darwinist. But anyhow, it's clear that he still has an idea that there's a hierarchy of races and that some races are superior to other races, and that Menzies says that he regards the Aboriginal race as the lowest form of human life. He, on official visits, again it's pointed out, well, sometimes he didn't seem to be very interested in engaging with Aboriginal culture. On one occasion, he declined an invitation to view Aboriginal paintings at a gallery set up by Albert Namatjira. On the other hand, it's also recalled that on at least one occasion, on one of these official visits, he showed great tenderness when he was taken to see some Aboriginal children on a Presbyterian mission, and he was nursing them on his knee, and he was singing softly to them, and people were moved by how strongly he felt, the affection that he clearly demonstrated towards them. So, my sense is you can't really read too much into any of this, because I think, he showed a range of different attitudes, and I don't think we should be trying to make more of it than that. One thing that does tell us something about his personal attitude is his relationship with his driver, Alf Stafford. And there's a long essay being written about this. Stafford was a Gamilaroi and Darug man. He was in the service of the Commonwealth Transport Department for quite a long time. He drove Menzies, and he bonded with Menzies over a love of cricket, and Menzies clearly became quite close to him. He intervened on a number of occasions to help him out and to create opportunities for him, and they had a long and close relationship. When Heather Henderson was interviewed about him later, she was reunited with Stafford's children, who she'd known as a child, and then she was asked about this, and Paul Daly, who wrote an essay about this relationship, asked her if she or her father realised that Stafford was Aboriginal, and she said to him, I mean, when we look back at photos of my father, of course he was, but back then you didn't even give it a thought. And Daly adds a gloss to this, saying, Menzies was no fool, he could probably work it out for himself, but Heather just said it never occurred to her. And I think there's something to her recollection and to the gloss here, because you see Menzies as someone who is comfortable engaging with Aboriginal people as individuals, but someone who didn't seem to take any particular interest in them as Aboriginal people. He was concerned to address the needs of Aboriginal people as people, but didn't see any particular significance in them or in their needs as Aboriginals. And the last thing I want to say before I hand over to Senator Bragg is to say something about the historiography, the attempts by three historians to make sense of Menzies and his attitude to Aboriginal people. So first, Judith Brett presents Menzies as someone who's dismissive of Aboriginal people collectively, although she admits that he acknowledged that there were Aboriginal people of talent and achievement, and that he expected to see more of these people in future. A.W. Martin seems to have the strongest expression against Menzies. He claims that Menzies showed no curiosity about Aboriginal populations, and he suggests that Menzies' personal lack of interest in meeting Aboriginal people and observing Aboriginal culture symbolised what in many quarters was a prevailing attitude of his time. Troy Bramston rejects Martin's analysis. He points out that there were important initiatives in Aboriginal affairs, some of which I've mentioned, and he rejects the claim that Aboriginal affairs were not on the political agenda at this time. Bramston says that it's clear that Menzies' attitude to race was outdated by the 1960s, and he points out that the fact that when we have the referendum in 1967, there's already a change from what had been proposed in 1965, and he says that reflects the sense in which Menzies was out of date in his thinking about attitudes to do with race in relation to immigration and Indigenous affairs. Bramston says that his final conclusion is, he says that Menzies lacked empathy and understanding of these matters. And it's this conclusion about Menzies lacking empathy and understanding that I'd like to end on, because I think Bramston may be correct that notwithstanding the developments that happened, there was a lack of empathy and understanding on Menzies' part, but it's significant that Menzies didn't frustrate people in his own government and his party room who did demonstrate empathy and understanding. And really, I think that's the example of Hasluck and Wentworth. Hasluck clearly does demonstrate understanding of Aboriginal people, and this informs his policy making. And Wentworth demonstrates a genuine empathy towards Indigenous people, and that influences his activities in this area. And both of these things happen under Menzies, and I think it's important at least to see his legacy as having enabled these two things. So I'm going to hand over to Senator Bragg to talk a bit about what we see as the significance of Hasluck, Wentworth and Menzies.
Well, thanks very much, Damien. And thank you to Georgina and to Zachary for putting together this program. I was very pleased that the Commonwealth was able to support the creation of this institute some years ago. And as a reader of Menzies' books, I always use him as a reference for whenever I'm asked to give advice to younger people, because he writes in such a simple way. And I like that he was a great advocate of using a simple word rather than a more complicated word, and I think that's an enduring part of his legacy as well. Before I talk about the issues in relation to Hasluck and in relation to Wentworth, I also wanted to recognise Damien's great work. I think he has done a lot of very important work in documenting and chronicling the contribution of liberalism and Indigenous affairs. And as we know from this year's debate, these are important issues. They always will be important issues. And we do have an important legacy here that we ought to remember and reflect upon. In relation to the principal issue that people have written about extensively, which does link to the events of this year, I mean, Menzies was very hesitant to proceed with the changes to Section 51. In fact, the Constitutional Alteration Bill that he passed only dealt with the issues in relation to the census and the counting matter, because I think he was concerned about what it would mean if the Commonwealth did have this power. And while I might not agree with that, with all the benefit of hindsight, you'd have to say that it hasn't been a particularly successful venture, that the granting of that power to the Commonwealth has not been a success in terms of how we would measure the potential and the capacity of the laws to improve the position of Indigenous people in our country over these last 50 years. And so maybe it was his natural hesitation to grant governments more and more powers. Maybe that was a sound position, and one that I think I've changed my mind on it a few times, but right now I probably wouldn't have changed what Holt had done, but I think it is a good lesson that just because you grant a power to a government doesn't mean it's going to do a good job with it. So in relation to Hasluck, I mean, as Damien has said, he did take a great interest in these matters going back to his youth, and it was the Welfare Ordinance of 53 where the Commonwealth started to move away from race-based policy into a social approach. And I think Hasluck, if you look at his contributions over his lifetime, he showed a real and genuine interest in these matters. And of course he was part of the Menzies government which ended up passing the voting rights reforms of 62, which many people have conflated with the 67 referendum, which people in this room will know only too well. But Hasluck, I think, did show a great deal of compassion, as Damien has set out. Wentworth is one of the more interesting characters in the history of the Liberal Party. I'd have to say I think he's been too easily forgotten. When I interviewed Philip Ruddock, who'd served with Wentworth for the project that Damien and I worked on together a couple of years ago, I mean, Ruddock described Wentworth as someone that would, on a parliamentary recess, go into his four-wheel drive and disappear into the bush for weeks and weeks because he wanted to better engross himself in the culture and the matters which were important to Indigenous people. So he was an interesting character for his day, and I think even today he's an interesting figure. So the question of the role of the Liberal Party in playing a role in conserving Indigenous culture I've always thought was an interesting one. I would say the biggest step taken to conserve Indigenous language, culture, and so on was taken with the establishment of AATSIS, which is the Institute for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Studies. Now, this was put onto the agenda, as we wrote in our paper, by Wentworth in a speech in 1959. Now, the Menzies government then passes the AATSIS legislation in 64, and then Wentworth is the first Minister for Aboriginal Affairs, of course, in the Holt government. So he becomes the person in charge of the agency that he has sought to establish. And he sought to do that with people like Stanner and some of the other anthropologists of the day. But I mean, effectively, the idea was that these things were only going to be around for a particular time frame, and they needed to be conserved, and they have been. And for anyone who's been through AATSIS in Canberra, I mean, it is an amazing treasure trove of different bits and pieces of language and culture. And a lot of it is, of course, captured on different materials which are degrading because of age and time, and I think they're spending a lot of money on trying to keep all that together. But effectively, Wentworth was a radical in his day, and he did consistently put in his public advocacy a view that was early in its day on the notion of overturning paternalism. I think he was very much of the view that if we're going to be making policies or doing things in these areas, that we ought to be trying to engage as closely as possible with the people who were the subjects of these laws and these policies. And the quotes appear in the chapter that Damien and I put together. But effectively, he makes these statements in relation to the running of AATSIS, and he makes these statements in relation to the introduction of other bills and legislation. So effectively, in summary, as I said, I mean, I've got an open mind about whether or not the granting of power to the Commonwealth in 67 was I think it was the right thing on balance, but I don't think it's being used effectively. I think the issues we've been discussing this year, I think, is a good justification for that. So in a sense, Menzies was vindicated in that he was hesitant about that. Look, Hasluck and Wentworth were both radical for their day, and I think they both made very strong and enduring contributions. And we have got to do a better job of talking about the good things that we have done along this journey. And Labor is much better at the methodology and much better at talking about what they've been able to do over the long run of history. Whereas if you look at some of the substantive elements, whether it would be the Fraser government and land rights, or whether it be the referendum that Holt did in 67, or even, as I say, the establishment of a body that was designed to conserve this culture and tradition, through AACCIS. I mean, these are all things that have been done, and a lot of them were anchored around that Menzies period. So I think if the historical position has been by the mainstream that Menzies was indolent or not interested or didn't have ministers that wanted to do things in this space, I mean, that is a false reading of history. And so I wanted to commend to you again the work that Damien in particular has done over the long run. I think it's an important contribution, and irrespective of whatever has happened this year, I think these issues are important issues in our country, and we ought to maintain a level of study on these matters.
Okay, we've got 5 minutes for questions before we bring on Julia and Lisa and have our lunch. So, David Camp.
Okay, it's on. Testing. Thank you very much for your presentations. They were really, really insightful. Senator Bragg, you said that Menzies and Hasluck were radicals for their time. You also referred to the issues of this year. How do you think Menzies would have voted or campaigned if the referendum of this year had have happened in his era, and why?
Well, thanks for that. I mean, what I meant to say was that Hasluck and Wentworth were the radicals. I think if Menzies had been around today, I think he would have voted no, based on the record that he was not a supporter of giving the Commonwealth the power in Section 51. And of course, another way to look at what happened this year is that all the things that were put forward could have been addressed by the powers already vested in the Commonwealth following the 67 referendum.
I'd like to just make a couple of comments on the question about the balance in the discussion and the focus of it. The first thing I think should be said is that Menzies was, in his attitudes to all people, a liberal. I mean, he believed in the human dignity of everyone he dealt with. He would make critical comments in private about individuals, but his attitude to people, whatever their religion, or their class, or their ethnic background, would always be a view that respected their fundamental human dignity. And I think if one is going to try to put the probe into Menzies' mind about what he thought about Aboriginal people, that really has to be the starting point, rather than speculations about whether he's sort of, at some level of abstraction, he was out of date in his attitudes. I mean, his behaviour and his attitudes were driven by his liberalism. That's the first thing I would say. And the elephant in the room, in a way, which has been mentioned by Andrew, is the role of Hasluck. And Hasluck is not just a person who's there sort of putting pressure on Menzies. Hasluck had that role of Minister for Territories for many years, conducting a very deliberate policy to get rid of the race basis of Aboriginal policy and to treat all Aboriginal people according to needs. And Hasluck worked with the states on that. And Hasluck was the minister for whom Menzies, apart from Holt himself, who succeeded Menzies, of course, was the person that Menzies admired most of all in his ministry. He was the closest to Menzies, and Menzies, I'm sure Menzies would have seen Hasluck as being the deep expression of his government in relation to Aboriginal people. And of course, when Hasluck succeeded as External Affairs, Menzies promoted him to the heights as an excellent Minister for External Affairs. And when ultimately Holt was drowned and Hasluck was competing for the Prime Ministership or the leadership, Menzies campaigned on his behalf when Hasluck himself was reluctant to campaign in the ethos of the day. So I think it's terribly important to see Menzies' attitude to Indigenous policy and Aboriginal people as getting a very powerful expression, which is picked up a bit by Martin, I think, in his book, through Hasluck. And you can't separate those views differently or easily. And, of course, the final thing was that Menzies was very concerned about Australia's treatment of Aboriginal people on the international stage. And he saw that Australia was becoming increasingly vulnerable internationally for its immigration policy, its treatment of Papua New Guinea, and its Aboriginal policy, which again underscores the fact that Menzies was bringing his very powerful liberal mind to the question of Aboriginal people. They may not have been the politics of the day and prominent in the issues that he was necessarily dealing with, but I'm sure if one had pressed him in his attitude to Hasluck, one would see that he'd say, look, we are doing everything we possibly can with the best man in our government.
If I could just say, David, when you see the published version of our chapter, you'll see it begins with your discussion of that very point, which I just chose to leave out here for the sake of time, the point about Menzies and international pressure and the significance of that for Menzies. So I agree about that point. I agree with what you're saying about Menzies and liberalism. I think that comes through in this discussion about his relationship with his driver. It's very clear that here's an example where he's engaging with the humanity of the man. He's perfectly concerned. I think the record shows this. It perhaps doesn't show that contemporary historians would be concerned about is what was the degree of his interest in Aboriginal culture, Aboriginal affairs. I mean, to the extent that they set up IATSIS, I think that's an example that demonstrates there is some concern for that. But I think one would have to say that the kind of concern that some contemporary historians would like to see doesn't seem to be there. I mean, I don't think that. I agree. He's motivated by liberalism. He doesn't seem to be terribly motivated by this other thing that today would be seen to be more important.
Please, Senator Bragg, you mentioned Northern Territory land rights as a Liberal Party achievement under Fraser, which was, I think, implemented in January 1976. I had the privilege of interviewing Gough Whitlam in 1999. I asked him what was his greatest achievement after he'd done I was MC of the conference. And I thought it'd be Northern Territory, Medicare, or it might be free university education. And his answer was Northern Territory land rights. Now, he went out of power, obviously, in December 95, and Fraser came into power and implemented that policy. Do you see that as a Liberal Party policy, or do you see that as Whitlam's policy, Northern Territory land rights?
Well, it was the policy of our government when the Fraser government was there, and it was negotiated through the Joint Party Room, and there's an extensive part of the book that Damien and I worked on which deals with all the ins and outs of that, including some accounts from some of the Liberals that really wanted it to happen and how they managed to deal with the internal politics of that. So it was definitely a policy of the Fraser government. It happened to be a bipartisan position, but something that we were able to achieve. And I think in terms of the contemporary point there, I mean, there are people who have legitimate concerns about the management of these land councils, and that's a legitimate point. But I don't think anyone is saying there shouldn't be land rights. I think even One Nation, I think, would support land rights today.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there because of time restraints. But thank you, Andrew and Damien. That was really great. And my understanding is that we're now going to have lunch while we have... Sorry? Grab lunch, and while we eat, we'll be able to watch Julian Leese's presentation via Zoom. Thank you.
You want a photo with Georgine? Yes. Yes.
Big year for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Julian, can you hear me? Brilliant. Just give us 1 second, we're setting up your audio, Julian.
No worries, can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're actually coming through now. Everyone's just grabbing their lunch, so that's why tables are empty.
I can see that.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm sorry I can't be with you in person, and thank you so much for accommodating me in this way.
Oh, no problem. Can you just say something again, Julian?
My name's Julian Lisa. I'm the federal member for Barara. You can hear me fine.
All good. That's all set from our perspective. I'm just going to go to the lectern and try and talk on the lectern and make sure you can hear that.
James, do you want to stay out of the shop, please?
Julian, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. All set.
I have my son who's making a cameo appearance there. James. Okay, you can get that book down, but then Daddy's giving a speech, and it's a serious speech. He needs to be able to do the speech. So do you want to read it in the lounge room? Go and read it in the lounge room. Okay, you can read it there, just sitting there, but not in the camera shop, because we want people to listen to
Julian,
the speech.
if you want to you can turn off your mic until we'll introduce you in, and then we'll cross to you, and then the mic will be live.
Okay. The mic is also the audio by which I could hear, so I'll probably just keep it on, I think. I'll keep it on.
Sure, no worries.
You can mute me at your end. No, actually, that's what I can hit the mute.
Perfect. And we will introduce you in, and then we'll say, and here's Julian, and then you can get started.
just saying that we're running late.
Julian, will be another 5 minutes if that's okay. Is that all right?
That's fine. The only danger is that you may get an interruption from my son during the course of the speech. It'll be a bit like that famous COVID incident where the fellow's on Zoom and in comes the children. There might be a bit of that, so I
it's happened before, so no worries. Okay.
No worries.
Yeah. Great. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll get going with Julie and Lisa at 12:55. So once you've got your lunch, please can you take a seat? Thank you.
a lens of freedom and choice, and individualism and autonomy, and through a lens that respects our differences. Let me say something, friends, about the way ahead. There are many ways we can tackle this moment. At the personal, community and national level, there are many things we can do, but today I want to focus on one area, and that is our universities. We have to engage in what is taught and the outcomes that follow, and we have to engage in Australian universities' anti-Semitic hotspots. Along with my friends, the Labor member for McNamara, Josh Burns, and the independent member for Wentworth, Allegra Spender, I co-chair the Parliamentary Friends of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, or IHRA. Our work has been to give practical effect to Holocaust remembrance through education and policy change. Long before the terror attacks of the 7th of October, the three co-chairs wrote to universities across Australia calling on them to adopt IHRA's definition of anti-Semitism. That definition spells out what anti-Semitism is. It includes things such as calling for, aiding or justifying the killing or harming of Jews in the name of a radical ideology or an extremist view of religion, making mendacious, dehumanising, demonising or stereotypical allegations about Jews, such as the power of Jews as collective, such as especially but not exclusively the myth of a world Jewish conspiracy, or of Jews controlling the media, economy, government or other societal institutions. Drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis, and holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of the State of Israel. Of Australia's nearly 40 public universities, only Monash, Melbourne, Macquarie, Wollongong and the University of the Sunshine Coast has fully signed up. Mostly, we've been met with silence and excuses. Despite the evidence, university vice-chancellors are telling us there's nothing to see here. Well, indeed there is, and I'm pleased you're at a university today that has signed up the definition. So I repeat my call to the campuses of Australian universities to adopt the IHRA International definition of anti-Semitism. Universities are multi-billion-dollar taxpayer-funded businesses, and Australian students deserve to attend universities which are free of political, racial and ethnic discrimination. The lack of moral clarity on so many of our campuses is just appalling. I think we've got to a point now where we need a formal independent inquiry into anti-Semitism on our campuses, with the terms of reference and a leader to undertake the inquiry to be worked out by government after consultation with the Jewish community. Separately, as Liberals, we need to find more ways of engaging again in the intellectual debates shaping our campuses and calling upon universities to remember and celebrate the Western tradition which has given us an inspiring story of progress and achievement. We see bright sparks with the Ramsay Centre's work at the University of Wollongong, the University of Queensland and Australian Catholic University, as well as the emergence of colleges such as Campion. However, we need to identify ways of accelerating a culture that celebrates democracy rather than one which seeks to tear down our liberal democratic traditions. Let me say something in conclusion about the Greens and anti-Semitism. We must tackle the hotbeds of anti-Semitism, and that includes calling out those who are whipping it up. It doesn't appear to me to be an accident that the epicentres of anti-Semitic rhetoric and action appear to be in areas where there is political jousting between Labor and the Greens, that is, the inner suburbs of our major cities. We've seen from the 7th of October that the Greens are treating the horrors of the war on Israel as an opportunity to whip up anti-Semitic hate. The Greens' behaviour online and in Parliament since the 7th of October on those matters has been nothing less than disgraceful. In doing so, they join a long line of opportunists who have targeted Jewish people since time began. As a Jewish Australian, I've always had an aversion to race-based politics. It's why I've always preferenced one nation last. But frankly, it's clear to me now that the Greens are worse than one nation. Yes, one nation is full of kooks and conspiracy theory nutjobs, but anti-Semitism is now a full-blown feature of the extreme Greens political ideology. It represents a danger to Jewish Australians and to all Australians who value freedom. It's why I believe from here on in, the major parties of Australia must preference the Greens last. And I'm calling on the Liberal Party, the National Party and the Labor Party to put the Greens last in every seat at the next federal election. In conclusion, thank you all so much for giving me the privilege of speaking to you today. We live in a wonderful country. It's free, it's open, it's democratic. We are a beacon of freedom throughout the world. A truly successful multi-faith and multiracial, multicultural people. It's beholden on all of us to ensure that that bright light continues to shine away into the future. When we do so, we are well and truly honouring the memory of Sir Robert Menzies. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Would anyone like to ask Julian some questions? Otherwise, I'll invite you to grab a bit more lunch before we go to our next presentation. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Julian. That was a very powerful address and I think spoke to a lot of the concerns we have here on campus at Melbourne University, and it's really important for you to be conveying that message in this forum and out in the community. And I do note that The Australian has run an article today too about your address today, and I'm very pleased to see that. So thank you for your contribution today.
Thank you, Georgina, and thank you, everyone.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to grab some more lunch. I appreciate you had a little bit of a shorter lunch break before Julian spoke than we intended, and we'll reconvene at 1:30 for the next papers. Thank you.
All right, I'm sorry you didn't get to have too much of a break, but we do need to get started on our third session, so if you could please take your seats. So this session is essentially on Canberra, but Canberra in two sort of guises. Canberra as the manifestation of political centralisation in Australia, and then Canberra as the city itself. We start with Stephen Wilkes, who is from the ANU's National Centre of Biography. He's authored a biography on Earl Page. He's recently done a collection charting all the speakers of the House of Representatives, and he's most recently started some work on Henry Bolte, the Victorian Premier, and that's going to inform this paper today. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone. I must say I more than suspect that some of us may think of Robert Menzies in his prime as being largely unchallenged from within his own party. But consider this from the founder of the Australian Financial Review, Jack Horsfall, about that other eminent Victorian, Henry Edward Bolte. Menzies held no fears for him. The Labor premiers of Queensland and New South Wales marvelled at his audacity. Well, Henry Bolte is, I think, the leading Liberal of the Menzies era, apart after the eponymous Prime Minister himself. John Howard wrote that, in my experience, the affection and respect for Bolte among Victorians, especially those of a Liberal persuasion, was second only to that for Menzies. Now, I hope to write at length about Bolte and gratefully note assistance I should include from former of his MPs, Ian Smith, Alan Scanlon and Jim Taylor. Their recollections notably contradict the claim by biographer Peter Blasey that Bolte emulated a dictatorial conception of leadership practised also by Menzies. Bolte in the Victorian division of the Liberal Party sorely tested Menzies' conception of the Australian Federation by challenging uniform income taxation, the practice whereby all income tax is levied by the Commonwealth, some of which was reimbursed back to the states. Introduced by the Curtin government in 1942 as a temporary wartime measure, the details of uniform taxation can be quite eye-wateringly complex, and I refer anyone keen on those to Matthews and Jay's 1972 Federal Finance, which I must say is a more interesting book than it sounds. But in short, although a state could readily legally impose its own income tax, Curtin made the reimbursement grants back to the states conditional on their ceasing their own income taxes. This withstood a High Court challenge from 4 of the states in 1942. Menzies himself proposed something a little bit less heavy-handed in 1941, and during his post-1949 ascendancy, largely maintained Curtin's model. The economist J.J. Pincus, rather head-scratchingly, I think, called Menzies a pragmatic centralising federalist. Anyway, uniform taxation now sits alongside the engineers' case of 1920 as a major step in the centralisation of policy and fiscal power. Bolte, in wanting income tax returned to his state, was not one to be appeased by special extra grants here and there, so-called supplementary grants from the Commonwealth, or tinkerings with the formula for Commonwealth reimbursements. Nor was he unduly deterred by the political implications of resurrecting state income tax. His complaints constitute, I should say, a political ally's most strident contemporary questioning of Menzies. Yet Menzies' biographies attach little significance to dealings with Bolte, or for that matter, the other premiers. And those of Bolte cast federalism almost entirely in terms of his spectacular clashes with John Gorton. Now, there are some non-biographical accounts of federalism under Menzies. Campbell Sharman, for example, his chapter in the Menzies era of the edited collection, 1995, summarises the fiscal facts and figures. And John Roscombe, who's, I understand, noticed not here at the moment, in the 2006 Samuel Griffith Society proceedings provided an incisive assessment by a committed federalist. Now, I'll focus here on the tensions of federalism under Menzies and how uniform taxation illustrates his balancing of party principles with the pressures of national government. Now, Menzies' return to office in 1949 seemed to offer the likelihood of the restoration of pre-war taxation arrangements. In actual fact, on few other issues was Menzies so frequently accused of compromising party principles, and not just by Henry Bolte. He managed this by putting the onus for change onto the six states, the six squabbling states, while being seemingly open to their guidance. Menzies is most understatedly effective. Now, a few words about these two individuals. Both hailed from small-town Victoria, but Bolte very much remained of the countryside, whereas Menzies became largely, I think, urbanised. Although the avowedly poorly read Bolte does not obviously lend himself to an analysis of intellectual influences, both were educated within a similar set of cultural values. The cultural puritanism that Stephen Chavira and Greg Malouche here have written of. Like Menzies, Bolte stood more for practical government than overt ideology. Menzies nonetheless retained a more distinct tinge of idealism, notably, as we've heard, in education. Both deeply respected the institutions of government, and both, incidentally, are among the few major post-war political leaders to have resigned or retired at a time of their own choosing. It's been pointed out that Menzies has had unusually wide experience of the vagaries of federalism, both sides of the fence. A former deputy premier, and as a lawyer in the engineers case, and also in Victoria's challenge to the Bruce Page government's use of Section 96 tied grants, one of Menzies' less successful court cases. Interestingly, Bolte believed Menzies, in other contexts, favoured his native Victoria. And Exhibit A here was that in 1965, Menzies declined to assert exclusive Commonwealth control over Bass Strait oil and gas. Victoria got a very nice cut of the royalties as a consequence. And Catherine West, in her Power in the Liberal Party, wrote that Menzies had an unspecified but, as she put it, intense distaste for New South Wales. Electorally, the two leaders knew full well that they benefited decisively from each other. Yet there's a frequent caginess in what Menzies ever said publicly, and occasionally I noticed at least one occasion privately about the Victorian Premier. His farewell when Bolte retired in 1972 was decidedly underwhelming. A jolly good Premier, even when I had a few problems with him. The lingering problem in their relationship was the calculation of the Commonwealth reimbursements. Under Curtin, initially, these were based on average income tax collected by each state in 1931 to 41. Now, this disadvantaged Victoria, just to start with, because Albert Dunstan's Country Party government at the time imposed low taxes and provided correspondingly limited social services. Now, in January 46, the Chifley government, in declaring uniform taxation permanent, it's here to stay, folks, also decided to slowly transition by about 57, 58 to a more needs-based formula for reimbursements. Now, again, I'm going to avoid the complex details, but overall, the formula favoured what I can say, perhaps hope I can be forgiven for calling the poorer states, such as by taking account, for example, including in the formula, population density. The idea being that people living in remote areas were far more costly to service. Now, Victoria's relatively high population density helped maintain its sense of having been dudded. Even when the Liberal Party was being formed, Menzies does seem, and again this has been fairly widely noted, to have been a little ambivalent about scrapping uniform tax. In his Forgotten People talks, he did not assume a firm stance on this tax. This is despite uniform taxation not sitting obviously very well with his form of liberalism. It centralises power and it muddles accountability by imposing vertical fiscal imbalance. It was left more to the Liberal Party organisation to generate early rumblings via its Victorian and federal councils. Now, Menzies, as Prime Minister after 49, described uniform taxation as thoroughly unsatisfactory, 1952. But at the Premier's conferences of 50 and 51, he signalled preparedness rather than intent to restore state income taxes, but he placed the onus squarely on the states by proposing that each nominate a percentage addition to income tax collected within their boundaries by the Commonwealth for their own purposes. At the 52 conference, he added a few conditions, notably for the restoration of state income taxes being such that the total level of income tax was to remain nationally uniform. And of course, Western Australia and Tasmania, with their then shallow tax bases, we're talking about a very different Western Australia in those days, flatly opposed this. They were better off with the existing reimbursement system. So Menzies effectively ended any likelihood of restoring state taxes at a special Premiers' Conference of February 53, from which he later concluded that it was most unlikely that uniform tax would end unless there arose a revolutionary change in the opinions of governments. Only the Victorian government, then headed incidentally by John Cain Sr., seemed interested. So when Bolte became Premier, June 1955, uniform taxation looked pretty well set in place. Yet he launched at once a direct challenge to the Commonwealth government. Now, he was the only Premier in Menzies' heyday to seriously do so. He objected that uniform tax restricted his ability to respond to growing demands on his fast-growing state, on services and infrastructure provided. Now, all states during the 40s and 50s faced rising demand for services. There was a population bulge, meaning we had more kids going to school, students studied for longer, hospital services expanded, and total populations grew. But also, unlike many state-levied taxes, Commonwealth income tax has been described as a fairly classical growth tax. It tends to be quietly boosted by progressive tax structures and rising incomes. Now, there are statistics and there are statistics on just about everything. But most data seems to confirm that Victoria was indeed worse off than other states on a per capita basis. And this was quite persistent throughout the 40s, 50s and 60s. And even in his policy speech for the 55 state election, he was just opposition leader, that brought him to power, Bolte inconveniently promised to secure the return of income tax for his state by taking up Menzies' nominally still on the table offer to return the income taxes. In June 55, at his first Premiers' Conference, having been Premier for just under 3 weeks, the precocious Bolte publicly described Victoria's reimbursements as hopelessly inadequate. And this is when Menzies responded, again in classically disdainful language, dire warnings that the state's face ruins fell dully on my ears. It's actually a quote I figured out from Ruskin, Menzies being a poetry enthusiast, which didn't deter Bolte in the least, who formally wrote to Menzies formally accepting your kind offer on the table, nominal offer, to return income taxes. Man, what a pest. And then followed up with an absolutely breathtaking letter, I've got a copy here if anyone's keen, in September that year, absolutely berating Menzies for a system that will destroy and deny the power of a state to raise revenue, aggravated by high immigration, that was the Commonwealth's fault as well. And he said, it was the very antithesis of the maintenance of the independence within their respective spheres, of the constituent bodies politic, which together go to make up the Federal Commonwealth. That was obviously drafted for it. Does not sound like Henry Bolte speaking, but you get the idea. He effectively wrote Menzies off in the same letter by concluding, I see no alternative to another High Court challenge, which duly happened. He drove this his government drove this single-handedly, albeit with the extremely insipid participation of a reluctant Premier Carl of New South Wales. And indeed, in August 57, the court, by and large, upheld its 1942 ruling. Now, in June 58, the story continues. Bolte tried to convene a special meeting of premiers, only for Menzies to maintain that the Commonwealth would readily fall in with some scheme that is agreeable to the states, but pointedly adding, in the same breath, criticism of New South Wales was not made very violently. No more Menzian understatement. Now, nor was help provided by the Liberals' Federal Council's Policy Research Group, made up of MPs and party officials, established in 56 to review our principles which must constantly inspire us, chaired by one W. McMahon MP, affirming in 57 that uniform taxation was unlikely to be abolished. Labor premiers, obedient to their party line, would never go along with it, and concluded, this is significant I think, uniform taxation served the national interests, a means by which the Commonwealth, here's the quote, influences the balance and direction of movement of the national economy, preserving it from dangerous fluctuations. There's a macroeconomic Keynesian thing working in there as well. Indeed, Victoria's persistence by this time was succeeding mainly in stoking prime ministerial ire. Menzies was sufficiently concerned to agree to the party's federal executive proposal to appoint a liaison minister for each of the states. And poor old Harold Holt copped Victoria. I'm not sure what quite worked out there. And at Menzies' behest, the federal president of the party, Lyle Moore, a noted centralist in fact, according to his ADB entry, so it must be true, sternly warned in writing the president of the Victorian division, Rutherford Ford Guthrie, does anyone remember him? Rutherford Guthrie, that you're threatening party unity, back off. And the Bolte's government last push was a solo effort in 59 when the Chifley formula was expiring. Menzies agreed that there's something really wrong here. We've got 5 out of 6 states appealing to the Grants Commission for separate special grants, as obviously this ain't working. The outcome was a significant adjustment in Commonwealth reimbursements. Victoria accepted the new formula, but with reservations. They actually had 2 premiers' conferences on this to get it worked out. And at the second one, Victoria was represented by Henry Bolte's trusted and indeed much loved deputy, Arthur Ryler. He signed on for Victoria. Now, Bolte was overseas at the time. He was, one fascinating little thing about Henry Bolte, he was running his own little foreign policy as well, probably the first premier to do so, not the last. And when he got back, Bolte soon quickly realised that the big states had lost out badly. This is because WA, Tassie and South Australia had most of their 58-59 special grants, additional to the reimbursements, included in the base for the calculation of their new formula to last up to 65. And so Victoria's per capita payments, they went up a little bit in absolute terms, but they went down quite noticeably in percentage terms, in per capita terms. So, Menzies' approach to policy and the law, I must say, was never rigidly prescriptive. It should, he felt, be cognizant of the growing needs of the growing community. And indeed, it was in this vein that throughout the 50s he had considered the basic settings for federation. By about 1960, his views had well and truly settled, and he delivered his fullest public statement on federalism. In doing so, rightly or wrongly, he dispatched uniform taxation to the Museum of Great Australian Lost Causes, alongside new states and bank nationalisation. September 1960, the Alan Hope Southey Memorial Lecture, delivered at the new Wilson Hall, about 40 metres that away. Menzies began with a nod to his party's principles, opposing control from Canberra is properly applied, a good instinct. But he added, national consciousness should have priority. And indeed, the return of taxing powers to the states would be pregnant with disaster. So what he wanted, had largely achieved, was a fine balance of two great goals. That the growing, again, Menzies speaking again, same speech, that the growing financial power of the Commonwealth is exercised in a way as to permit the states to discharge their own constitutional duties, but without excessive emphasis upon purely local rights, which is proving such an impediment to the creation of a truly national sentiment and pride. He was avowedly stating his commitment to the post-war consensus about a fiscally strong central government that could manage a national economy. Now, near the end of his premiership, Bolte described his failure to end uniform taxation as my greatest disappointment. Menzies, he said, was no more a federalist than Gorton, an absolutely dire Boltean insult. And he rightly attributed this to Menzies having never been truly tested by 6 unified states. Now, his audacity probably had a lot to do with the Liberal Party's very strong state divisions. We touched on that earlier in these last 2 days. Unlike the ALP, where the Federal Party could directly intervene in state branches. But these two Liberal heavyweights managed their tensions. Bolte limited public criticism of Menzies to issues of fiscal federalism. The debate also shows that the still pretty new, raw young Liberal Party, it's only around for about a decade or so when Bolte became Premier, could cope with significant disagreements within its ranks. The in-principle regard for federalism gave state leaders a certain latitude, up to a point, to remonstrate with the Commonwealth. Yet the prediction by Bolte's other biographer, Barry Muir, was that the uniform taxation case was one with which his name will be forever synonymous, was wrong. It's actually obvious, we all know, it's the Ryan hanging for which he remains known for. Now, Bolte's assessment of Menzies' support of federalism was a little bit harsh. Bolte's assessment that Menzies' support for federalism was nominal is a little harsh. The persistence of uniform taxation, I think, qualifies but does not invalidate David Kemp's view that Menzies had a lifelong belief in the federal system, reflected in his hastening slowly in using Commonwealth tied grants to universities and non-government schools, another thing which I notice has come out in these last 24 hours or so. Menzies was rightly cautious about the ready use of tied grants, which have since eroded Australian federalism. Now, uniform taxation was Menzies' foremost pragmatic compromise of the ideals of liberalism. He usually preferred to let an issue unravel itself over time. It's pragmatic Menzies on full display, learning the pros and cons, making the odd concession, and keeping an ear cocked to political reactions. And finally, his actions did not resolve federalism in Australia. I mean, such will never be achieved, nor should it. I actually welcome this ongoing tension. By preserving diversity and competition in government, federalism, I think, makes our own little political universe so much more interesting. Thank you. All right, here we go.
I might start off then. It's a bit of a technical question, but how reliant had the states become on income tax by the 1940s? Because I know that when Federation first happened, the vast majority of the states, in fact every state other than New South Wales, relied most heavily on tariff revenue. And that's why you have the famous Braddon Clause, which meant that the vertical fiscal imbalance was not actually a product of uniform income tax. It was actually baked into the Constitution itself.
It was pretty substantial. In 49, according to Sharman Campbell, it was actually about 40%. Now, it crept upwards, but admittedly over 16 years to about 54% in 1965, at the time of Guess Who's, or roughly at the time of Guess Who's retirement. And also another relevant statistic here is the creeping upwards of Commonwealth tide grants. And 49, again according to Sharman, though some of the statistics do vary, I've discovered, big surprise. In 49, the proportion of total Commonwealth grants to the states were 22% of them were tied, quite low, crept up to 29% in 1965, which is not all that heinous, I should say, but it shot up under Whitlam to about 40%. And in the early 2000s, again about 40 or so percent, it's now about 40, 45%, I believe. So it's substantial. But sort of an upwards creep in Menzies' time, but not a spectacular booming of fiscal domination.
Yeah. Michael?
Following on from that, so the High Court overruling the states on a per kilometre charge for electric vehicles.
Thanks.
My understanding is that even our company regulation is an agreement by the states, originally through I think it was the National Companies Association. So a lot of this idea about the states' autonomy that's been handed over to the Commonwealth has become sort of convention over time. And I know it's a little off from your topic, but I'm just sort of wondering, though, to what extent did this period cement Commonwealth control over all of these things that the High Court almost seems to take for granted without referring back to that original time where the states were more autonomous in terms of taxation and other sorts of issues?
Okay, well, I'll enter these dangerous waters of the law, not being anything more than a mediocre bush lawyer, I must say, but I will just simply say that historically, in 1926, I think it was, the states, led by Victoria, tested Section 96. It was an Earl Page, guess who? All roads lead to Earl Page. Regularised tied Commonwealth grants to the states for, guess what? Rural roads, water supplies. He wasn't actually the first person to do this. Billy Hughes, it's believed, had at least one tied grant to the states. So, yep. Sorry, what's that? Yeah. Oh yes, it's quite completely and utterly set. Taking advantage of the literal wording of Section 96, you've got to use it for this purpose. This sort of thing, roads and to some extent with health and the occasion of universities, bumped along until 49 or so, or perhaps a little bit later, and was it was just felt to be, okay, you can do it if you want to, but it's not really the done thing. So Menzies got into it. And I feel the national interest is such that I have to fund via Section 96 schools, universities. That's historic. Again, we've touched on that in the previous presentation. But what you got with Whitlam was a very different thing indeed. I mean, Whitlam has said quite validly, I don't want states. My party doesn't want states. We're going to get rid of them. He actually said, in response to some of Earl Page's campaigning, a young Whitlam and an elderly Page, I support you on new states, but they're not going to be sovereign states if I had my way. And a lot of his use of tied grants, creation of regional entities, was a very half-baked step in the direction of starting to whittle away of the states and get rid of them. So it was a very different agenda you're getting from them. Since then, there's been a lot of political considerations, what a shock, going with Commonwealth governments of various ilks, I think pretty obviously saying, well, we can take the credit for this by providing a tied grant. Though in some cases, as revealed by the Papes and Williams cases, the grants were being made directly without being properly tied, and so on, which is quite something. So I hope that sort of answers your question.
I was just one more from me. Why do you think that New South Wales wasn't as enthusiastic? Because I know sort of these days there's a reason that the states don't want to have taxation powers because they have their sort of have to deal with the political consequences of those powers. But when the sort of horizontal fiscal equalisation was first introduced, you'd think that New South Wales would have just as much of an interest as Victoria in opposing it.
They weren't quite as badly off as Victoria was for various reasons, some of which I admit do defy my own understanding. Victoria always had the worst per capita outcome. So they weren't quite as bad off as Victoria. But the other factor was that for most of this period, for much of it, New South Wales had Labor Party governments. And the official party line, and as Billy McMahon said in as many words, it's very difficult much harder for a Labor government or a Labor Premier to stick their head up and said, I'm going to oppose the party line. Now, Bolte actually flew to Sydney in 55 or 56, I think it was, and met with Premier Carl. One of the very few visits he ever made to Sydney. A source, which I'm not sure is totally reliable, claimed once that he went to Sydney only 2 or 3 times in his entire life, allegedly. Stand to be corrected on that. And Carl ummed and ahed and scratched himself, and about 6 months, a year later, said, yeah, all right, we'll go along. It was quite nominal, it was passive, because I think, again, there was a party line and ideological thing inhibiting them.
Thank you, Stephen. That was great.
That's it. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And our next paper is by Ted Ling, who was a long-term employee of the National Archives of Australia and wrote the research guides on both the Australian Capital Territory and Robert Menzies. Thank you.
Thank you. Good, that's there. I wanted to thank Georgina and Zachary for asking me to speak here today. So we'll start off with a précis of what I'm going to talk about. Robert Menzies first moved to Canberra in 1934 to take up the position of Attorney General in Joseph Lyon's government. In his later memoir, The Measure of the Years, Menzies admitted he didn't like Canberra much at first, regarding it as a place of exile. But he realised the decision to make Canberra the capital had been taken and there was no going back. It was necessary, therefore, to make the city a focal point for national pride and sentiment. Once I had converted myself to this faith, he wrote, I became an apostle. From a position of indifference towards Canberra when he first moved there, Menzies became Canberra's champion. He was instrumental in establishing the National Capital Development Commission in 1957. Okay, how's that? Like that? Okay. Menzies was instrumental in establishing the National Capital Development Commission in 1957. The Commission's task was to plan for, develop and construct Canberra, both as a place in which to live and as the national capital. It did all this until its abolition in 1989. Throughout its lifetime, it had a dramatic impact on Canberra's planning and development. Today, older Canberrans remember it as NCDC, while many younger Canberrans have probably never heard of it. What is also sometimes forgotten is the substantial role that Menzies had in the Commission's creation and operation until his retirement. Menzies fought for the Commission and the funding it needed to carry out its work, despite regular criticism from the states and even from within his own party. Okay, but now we'll go back in time. By the late 1940s, Canberra consisted of a few disjointed suburbs on either side of where the future Lake Burley-Griffin would be. The effects of the Great Depression and World War II were still being felt. Walter Burley-Griffin's grand design had come to little, and the nation's capital appeared to be little more than a series of suburbs still searching for a city. Furthermore, most Commonwealth departments were based in Melbourne, making effective administration from Canberra exceedingly difficult. In April 1948, Ben Chifley's government announced plans for the relocation of 7,000 public servants from Melbourne to Canberra over the next 10 years. Yet little happened. Shortages of manpower, materials, lack of funding and public service resistance, and that was a key factor, all helped to undermine the government's plans. During the election campaign of December 1949, Menzies gave little regard to Canberra, but he soon appreciated the problems that Chifley's government had faced. A series of cabinet committees was established after the election, one of which was on the development of Canberra. In March 1950, Menzies wrote to the committee's chairman, Philip McBride, Minister for the Interior, asking for a report on future development. McBride later transferred to the defence portfolio, and there is no evidence that the report Menzies called for was actually prepared. In January 1952, Menzies met with Bill Dunk, chairman of the Public Service Board. Dunn told Menzies of the work he had done for the Chifley government and his proposals for relocating public servants to Canberra. He called for the introduction of a development plan and the centralisation of the public service in Canberra. In July 1954, the government finally announced its intention to transfer more than 6,000 public servants to Canberra. In response to the announcement, the Canberra Times, our newspaper, published an editorial in which it said, "Nothing could be less profitable than to recall the number of occasions on which Commonwealth governments have committed themselves to a program for the transfer of departments from Melbourne to Canberra, only to abandon those intentions when it became more expedient politically to cut the financial provision for Canberra than for electorates which have greater voting power, other than the ACT. The government's 1954 proposal effectively went nowhere." The beginnings of Canberra's resurgence. In November 1954, Senator John McCallum called for the appointment of a Senate Select Committee to examine and report on the development of Canberra. When alerted to the committee's pending establishment, Menzies said, "I see no objection." The committee was duly formed, presented its report in September 1955. The report contained 76 recommendations. Canberra's post-war resurgence can be set almost to an exact day, the 6th of March 1956. This was with the birth of a baby girl, Edwina Henderson. She was the Menzies' first grandchild, and they absolutely doted on her. But her birth brought home to the Prime Minister the poor state of Canberra's facilities. Menzies was soon being harassed by his wife, Paddy, and daughter, Heather, about the lack of facilities in Canberra. This was Paddy Menzies. "Bob, you try pushing a pram around these awful footpaths." And then Heather Henderson, "Dad, it's almost impossible to find somewhere to live here." To which Menzies replied, "Well, we're stuck with Canberra whether we like it or not, so we might as well do it properly." In April that year, possibly as a result of the harassment he was getting at home, Menzies undertook a drive through Canberra. He was not impressed with what he saw. He noted the prevalence of squat, flat-top buildings, which he said needed only a few bales of hay and a goat on the roof to be painfully reminiscent of Suez or Port Said. He later wrote to Alan Fairhall, Minister for the Interior, voicing his concerns. He concluded by saying, "I will turn a very cold eye on proposals for Canberra unless I am satisfied that the business is being attended to in a business-like and effective way." Prior to leaving for a conference in London in July 1956, Menzies spoke with Ken Hurd. Hurd was a senior official with the Prime Minister's Department. Menzies asked him to prepare a paper on Canberra's problems, together with ideas on how they could be resolved so that Canberra's future planning and development could be corrected. Hurd presented his report that same month. He wrote that the government had to accept Canberra as an essential national responsibility and develop the city as a national project. He suggested a separate authority be established to develop Canberra over the next 5 to 7 years. The authority would undertake the planning, supervision, coordination, directing and expediting of all construction work in Canberra. Hurd also suggested that the government seek advice from a person who had proven themselves in this field, and he suggested William Holford, Professor of Town Planning at the University of London. Cabinet considered Hurd's recommendations in November 1956. While there was general support for the recommendations, there was one holdout, Paul Hasluck, Minister for the Territories. He was reluctant to commit to Canberra's development. During the discussion, he said, quote, "If we think of the relevant importance of things, we would put the development of the national capital fairly low on the list of priorities." Menzies took an entirely different view. He told his colleagues that there had to be a concentration of policy-making departments in Canberra and that elements of defence should be the first to relocate. What was required was a program of developing the city with the provision of schools, services and roads. Menzies supported the suggestion of an authority solely responsible for achieving this goal. He said, if we don't decide now that this process will occur, it will not happen in our lifetime. The government later approved the engagement of William Holford, recommended by Ken Hurd. He spent 2 weeks in Canberra in June 1957 before returning home to London. Coincidentally, Menzies was in London at the same time, and the two men met at the Savoy Hotel. Holford wrote a record of the meeting in which he said that Menzies told him to speak frankly about his ideas. The two men discussed housing, the need for an auditorium for concerts and a theatre, a new Commonwealth Avenue bridge and the filling of the lake below, and possible sites for a new Parliament House. Holford told Menzies that a commission was needed with power and resources to develop Canberra over a period of 5 to 10 years. Menzies agreed and suggested that while there might be some opposition from the press, the Australian public would not object to the provision of £5 million per year for the next 10 years to develop a genuine capital city. Here I have to say I think Menzies was a bit overly optimistic, possibly even naive, if he thought the Australian public was going to accept the proposal of spending £5 million a year on Canberra for 10 years. And indeed, as Menzies soon found out, the opposition, the criticisms came thick and fast. Menzies asked Holford if he could return to Canberra in the near future, and Holford concluded his note by saying, the Prime Minister seemed very keen on taking the necessary steps to lay down a revised program for Canberra before leaving office. Later, Menzies cabled Arthur Fadden, who was acting Prime Minister in his absence, informing him of the meeting with Holford. He said, I found Holford's opinions impressive and lively. Legislation to establish the single authority supported by Menzies and others came into effect in late 1957, although it would not become fully operational until early 58. It was known as the National Capital Development Commission, the name originally suggested by Ken Hurd. In February 1959, the Commission released its first 5-year plan of proposed capital works for Canberra. The program included the lake, preparation for a new Parliament House on the shores of the lake, and many other things. The proposed works came at an eye-watering cost of £55 million. Menzies was still on board, even though such a massive amount of money, it hadn't phased him, at least not totally. Cabinet considered the program in late April 59. Menzies was overseas at the time but had already made known his support for the program, particularly funding for the lake, which was approved by those ministers present at the meeting. The first new facility to be completed under this program of works was a building for defence in the suburb of Russell. The Russell Defence Complex would ultimately house 2,500 defence personnel in 7 buildings. Menzies officially opened the first building in November 1960. He used the opportunity to answer criticisms of the funding already being provided to Canberra. He said that the investments in Canberra were, and I quote, dividend-paying investments in the best sense of the word. They represented an investment in national pride and feeling. The moaning over the lake scheme and other projects in the Valley of Canberra gained no sympathy from him. Perhaps to lighten the mood, Menzies also took the opportunity to praise John Overall, who was Chief Commissioner of the National Capital Development Commission. He said, now this man Overall occasionally frightens me. He looks to you to be a mild and disarming character. He has associated with him commissioners of great talent who are equally mild and disarming. But I'll tell you the great secret of this man. When he learns on the telephone that the Cabinet has approved of something, some scheme, some project that concerns him, he has the bulldozers on the site the next morning. In the next few years, other projects would come to fruition and Menzies would be asked to attend the official opening. First of which was the Kings Avenue Bridge over the new lake, which opened in March 1962. It cost £818,000. Again, there was criticism, and again, Menzies defended the cost, saying that the funding was not wasted. Anything spent here to make Canberra a better place will attract more people. The next one was Monaro Mall, a shopping centre, which was opened in March 1963. The mall, located in the city centre of Canberra, was the first Australian three-storey, fully enclosed and air-conditioned shopping centre. Construction began in July 1961 and Menzies opened the facility in March 1963. I have to confess now, this was one occasion where Menzies didn't have to defend this building against public criticism, but there's a wonderful quote he gave and I couldn't resist it, I just had to put it in. Menzies recounted how he came to Canberra 13 or 14 years ago when the population was 6,000. Now the population was 60,000. He said that in a city like Canberra, you are entitled to have the last word in shopping facilities, and here I think you have them. Then he went on. Menzies said everything in the mall was displayed so invitingly that women would spend more money than their husbands could afford. It is wonderful, immoral, tempting, and terribly satisfactory. Okay, opening of the government printing office. This was a facility that Menzies opened in August 1963. The facility had cost £3.3 million to build. Referring to the office's many achievements, Menzies asked his audience if they had ever wondered at the millions of words the office had had to cope with from politicians. He said he had tried to calculate the previous night before going to sleep how many words he himself had spoken in the last 35 years. But after approaching the 1 million mark, I fell into a sleep thickly studded with nightmares. Robert Menzies and the lake. The most notable construction event during this time was the beginning of the lake. Over the years, there had been calls to build a lake of some description, but the work had never proceeded. The National Capital Development Commission argued that the lake was essential to the proper development of Canberra, and it provided the only effective means of integrating the two parts of Canberra into a single city. Initial funding for the lake was approved by Cabinet in late April 1959. Although not present at the actual meeting, Menzies had argued strenuously for the funding. He was overseas at the time, happy in the knowledge that the funding had been secured. What he didn't realise was that the Treasury was vehemently opposed to the funding for the lake, and they got to work on several ministers while Menzies was away and got them to agree that the funding be struck out. Menzies returns and finds out what's happened. So the next meeting of Cabinet, he asked his colleagues, he said, I have been informed that the funds I thought had been secured for the lake had been struck out. Have I been told correctly? Knowing full well, of course, he had been. So then he said, well, can I now say with the support of all ministers present here that the funds are struck back in? And they were. Without Menzies' efforts, it's unlikely that the lake would ever have been built. Work on the lake began in September 1960 with the construction of Scrivener Dam, which is named after a surveyor, Charles Scrivener. The dam's valves were closed in September 1963, allowing the lake to fill. Although it was assumed that the lake would be full by the end of the year, as luck would have it, Canberra was in drought. And so the lake didn't fill until April 1964. I've actually spoken with people who were in Canberra, living in Canberra at the time, and when the lake actually filled, this was a big deal because for months people were living with this empty lake and two road bridges going over it with very minimal water in the lake. Finally, the lake was full. Menzies opened the lake on the 17th of October 1964. Despite suggestions from ministers that the lake be named after him, Menzies declined, noting that at the time there was no monument dedicated to Walter Burley Griffin. Once more, Menzies was obliged to counter criticisms concerning the money spent on Canberra. He said, I quote, Australians had a natural instinct for parochial thinking and for thinking in terms of states and state loyalties. It was a hard and constant battle to make people understand that the Commonwealth was not a foreign power, that the Commonwealth was something that was interwoven through the whole structure of Australia and in the hearts and minds of the people. The nation is more important than any part of it, and the nation is symbolised by the capital. Laying the foundation stone for the National Library. One of Menzies' last official functions for Canberra was laying down the foundation stone for the National Library in March 1966. Menzies said that the library was located in a city to which he had devoted a great deal of thought, egged on, he said, by Paddy Menzies, who was perhaps the most one-eyed supporter of Canberra to be found in the world. Menzies said he'd like to live long enough to be brought along in a wheelchair or ushered aboard a boat on the lake and see the magnificent white library reflected in the water, the Parliament House on the lake shore, the High Court on the other side of the Parliament. I don't know if he actually did come back. I mean, the library was finished in 1968, but I don't know whether he actually came back and saw it. I'd like to think he did. But it's interesting, he talks about the Parliament House being on the lake. Well, of course, that never happened. And also the High Court being on the other side of the lake. That never happened either. They're both on the same side of the lake. So, conclusion. Robert Menzies retired as Prime Minister in January 1966. In that moment, Canberra lost its apostle. In fact, it lost its champion. I don't think that the National Capital Development Commission fully realised at the time their champion was gone. It took a few years to sink in because Menzies had been so dominant and so supportive of Canberra, it was almost taken for granted that he'd always be there. He had fought tirelessly for the city and its development, despite regular criticism. In his memoir, he later wrote, I remember how every penny spent on Canberra used to be grudged and how many arguments I had to engage in when travelling from state to state. I am delighted in my old age to think that Australia's capital has now become an object of pride and pleasure. This was always a national conclusion, devoutly to be wished. When opening the first building at the Defence Complex in Russell in November 1960, Menzies said he wished he could return to Canberra in 50 years to see the fruits of the government's labour. Canberra would by then be a marvel, a pride and a joy. If Menzies had returned to Canberra after 50 years, he'd have seen a city of about 358,000 people. Remembering when he moved to Canberra in 1934, the population was 6,000. When he opened the Monaro Shopping Centre in 1963, the population was 60,000. So if he had returned, it would have been 358,000. Right now, it's in the high 400,000s and closing rapidly on 500,000. The city was spreading in all directions. 4 satellite cities have been established: Woden, Belconnen, Tuggeranong and Gungahlin. A number of national buildings have been completed, including Parliament House, the High Court, the National Gallery, the National Museum and Questacon. And Menzies' wish to have the public service centralised in Canberra had been realised. Finally, if he had come back, Menzies would have seen the R.G. Menzies Walk, a 2-kilometre walk along the northern edge of Lake Burley Griffin, which was opened in 2012. It was designed to recognise the lake and the importance of Menzies' contribution to its creation. Thank you.
Martin?
Thank you, Ted, and I really enjoyed your podcast you did on Afternoon Light as well. That was fantastic. I just wondered, all politicians in the ACT and concerning its development, they always go back to Burley Griffin, but they romanticise the extent of his influence, but it's kind of like you have to nod to him before you start talking about development, whether it's a myth or not. I'm just wondering, to what extent did Menzies have an affinity toward the Burley Griffin's plan? Was that central to it, or was it just more about creating a national capital? Like, did he have any? I mean, you mentioned about the lake was named after Burley Griffin rather than Menzies. I'm just wondering, did that extend more than just to the lake?
Oh, sorry. I think Menzies had a lot of respect for Walter Burley Griffin and what he had done, but of course, Griffin plan had fallen into disarray in the 30s and the 40s. It only came back partially in the 50s with Menzies, because not everything that Griffin had actually called for in developing Canberra actually happened. But the lake was one central thing where Griffin could be given recognition and Menzies could claim credit too.
You might not know the answer to this, but you mentioned that the birth of Menzies' granddaughter was the sort of pivotal moment in the creation of Canberra as we now know it today. So that speaks to the fact that Menzies' attachment to Canberra was owing to the fact that not only had he permanently relocated to Canberra, selling his Melbourne home, but even his now adult daughter was living in Canberra as well. Heather still lives there to this day. I was wondering, how unusual was that for Prime Ministers to permanently relocate to the Lodge?
Actually, not every Prime Minister even lived in the Lodge. Some, like Ben Chifley, lived in the Currajong Hotel. Others lived elsewhere. Some lived in the Lodge. But again, when their term of office was over, they'd often just go back home, whereas Menzies stayed on. And certainly both his daughter, Heather, who's still there, and his wife, Patty, she remained in Canberra for many years after Menzies had passed away.
Thanks, Ted. It was a fascinating presentation. In recent years, there have been plans, and indeed there was the execution of the redevelopment of the Australian War Memorial, and I think it amounted to $500 million, enormous amount of money.
$500 million, yeah.
Yeah. It seems to me that Australians begrudge the erection of monuments or buildings in our national capital. Since Robert Menzies conceived of the project and the National Capital Development Commission, is that is that fair enough, or should we just get over it and realise that we've got to have a capital that we're proud of if we're proud of our nation?
I think part of the criticism with the War Memorial was the amount, which was quite high, $500 million.
But it was interesting when you were going through how much all the projects had cost. They seemed, obviously in relative terms, enormous as well.
Yeah, but there was a bit of an outcry from the other collecting institutions because their budgets were being cut, whereas the War Memorial was going the other way. So I think that was a deliberate decision of government to revamp the War Memorial. But the incoming government, the incoming Labor government, has gone along with that, but is also now allocated or has increased the funding for the other collecting institutions. But I think, there will often, if not always, be criticism for big amounts of money that are spent on Canberra.
Thank you. That was a terrific paper, if I may say so. So Menzies laid the foundation stone of the National Library in March of 1966, although he had resigned as Prime Minister in January. How did that happen? Was he invited by Harold Holt to preside because of his early involvement in the project?
As you say, he retired in January 66. He laid the foundation stone on the 31st of March 66, and that was at the request of Harold Holt. He didn't get to open the building when it was finished in 68 August, I think. John Gorton opened the building. To the best of my knowledge, yes. I hate to say that definitively there might have been something else, but I think it was.
Thank you, Ted. This is just a quick announcement, I guess. My name is Dean Froth, and I started earlier this year a group within the Liberal Party called the Menzies Values Forums, or Liberty Forums, actually. And we were very fortunate to have your own Georgina Downer and Dr. David Kemp speak to us last week. And the good thing is, it was absolutely golden and wonderful what they had to say, and we recorded it. So we've got 2 videos, which I'm happy to share with you. If you'd like to come and speak to me and give me your email address, I'll pass it on. So if you'd like to, they spoke for around 20 minutes each and then took questions from the audience. But yes, another treasure trove. So thank you for that. We've also got an event coming up with Greg Sheridan of The Australian, if you'd like to join us, if you're in Melbourne, on the 14th of December.
Thank you. We'll now break for afternoon tea before our last session of the entire conference. Okay, if you could please take your seats. We've got one last session and we're finishing with a high, certainly. Both these papers I'm really looking forward to. We start with Lyndon McGarity from James Cook University in Townsville. And certainly last year he delivered a paper on the Colombo Plan, which was really insightful, which really revealed certain things that I didn't know. So I'm really excited to see what he has to say about Queensland and the 1961 election. I should say that he does have some experience with the specifics of Queensland's political history. He is the author of Northern Dreams, The Politics of Development in Northern Australia. Thank you.
"1961 was a significant year in Australian political history. Crucially, the Queensland electorate swung dramatically away from the Menzies government in the 1961 election, a swing which almost resulted in Menzies losing power. Somewhat shocked by the results, Menzies told the press that, in Queensland, the electors have come to believe, and I think quite wrongly, that Queensland has had a poor deal among the states of the Commonwealth. Unquestionably, on polling day, the people of Queensland felt Queensland was a neglected state." In making this statement, the Prime Minister was acknowledging, somewhat belatedly, the political impact of his government's perceived national indifference to Queensland priorities in areas such as defence and economic development. This paper investigates the extent to which the claims of Queensland neglect had substance, the role of the perception of Queensland neglect in the federal poll of 1961, and how that pivotal election altered the political relationship between the coalition government and Queensland. While each state and territory had their own complaints about Canberra-centric government, Queenslanders have arguably been the most vocal in expressing a sense of neglect since Federation in 1901. There are a number of reasons for this. In the first place, while many Queenslanders live in geographical proximity to the most powerful states in the Commonwealth, namely Victoria and New South Wales, Queensland remains on the edge of the national conversation except around election time. This sense of being ignored by Canberra, and for that matter Brisbane, doubles, triples and quadruples the further north you travel. Although amenities have improved remarkably since the 1970s, Queensland's sense of physical and psychological isolation from down south remains part of the political landscape. Much of the notion of Queensland neglect gained its energy from resentment at ambitious infrastructure projects being refused, delayed or postponed by the central authorities. However, the perception of Queensland neglect is also an expression of anxiety about whether the state measures up to its southern counterparts. The theme of Queensland neglect became more prominent on a national scale following World War II. The wartime decision to make the Commonwealth the sole collector of income tax increased the financial and political power of the federal government. It raised expectations that the central authorities would play a larger role in supporting state infrastructure projects, and Queensland subsequently competed with other states for Commonwealth subsidies. However, the Menzies government took a cautious approach to investment in ambitious state infrastructure, although it could sometimes be inconsistent. For example, it inherited the chiefly Labor government's Snowy Mountains hydroelectric scheme and funded it generously. The scheme became popularly regarded by Australians as a nation-building project, although its main beneficiaries were parts of Victoria and New South Wales. The Queensland government and the citizens framed many of their post-war infrastructure proposals as having not just regional significance, but major national significance as well.
Queensland Premier Ned Hanlon, for example, argued in the 1940s that constructing a Burdekin River dam with Commonwealth backing would not only assist local farmers, but was a strategic necessity to protect Australia's northern approaches from future invasion. Confronting an unenthusiastic Chifley, Hannon insisted that, and I quote, "The Burdekin River is much more important to the safety of Australia than is the Murray River. The Japanese are safely put away for a generation, but they have not been put away for all time," end quote. Chifley offered only lukewarm support for the proposal, which was quietly shelved when Menzies swept into power. Queensland associations like the Cairns Chamber of Commerce also suggested that the development of a military base in North Queensland would not only increase regional economic development, but would benefit the nation by being in close proximity to potential Asian enemies. For much of its time in office, the Menzies government rejected such proposals as irrelevant, arguing that while most Australian troops were stationed in the southern states, they had the capacity to be deployed at a moment's notice if there was a military threat. That's not to say, however, that the Menzies government during the 1950s ignored funding Queensland economic development altogether. For example, it continued to fund scientific and agricultural research in Queensland conducted by the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation and the Bureau of Agricultural Economics. The federal government also greatly assisted the growth of Queensland pastoralism through a 1951 agreement between Australia and the UK, guaranteeing a British market for Australian meat for 15 years. This gave northern producers a sense of economic stability. The Menzies government was nevertheless content, wherever possible, to take a back seat while private enterprise developed the more isolated parts of North Queensland. During the 1950s, for example, North Queensland's mineral resources were attracting unprecedented attention from companies and investors. Having prospered in World War II because of the demand for copper, Mount Isa Mines was a major employer and northern success story during the 1950s. Furthermore, the Comalco Company began preparations for mining bauxite on the west coast of the Cape York Peninsula near Weipa. Comalco's mine boasted 2,000 million tonnes of recoverable ore reserves, as bauxite was the raw material for aluminium, as used for numerous commercial applications, including household items and constructions. The Comalco investment was shrewd. Any parochial resentment over favoured projects being rejected for Commonwealth funding did not seem to have much impact on the Queensland federal election results between 1949 and 1958. The ALP's internal divisions, including sectarianism, undoubtedly had an impact on voters. The majority of Queensland House of Representatives seats during these years were won by the Liberal Country Party coalition, reaching in 1958 a peak of 15 out of 18 seats. Between 1959 and 1961, however, the issue of Queensland neglect was accentuated in political debates. This was partly due to heightened tensions between the new Country Party-dominated coalition government in Queensland and its Commonwealth counterpart. Elected in 1957, Queensland Premier Frank Nicklin hoped to ramp up funding for economic development. Between 1959 and 1961, Nicklin sought federal support for a large number of projects designed to assist Queensland primary industries. These included an all-weather road from Mount Isa to Townsville and a gravel road between Laura and Weipa, neither of which attracted Commonwealth funding. Menzies did, however, agree in 1959 to support the reconstruction of the Townsville to Mount Isa railway line with a £20 million loan. Nicklin publicly described the Commonwealth's offer as niggardly and delayed signing off on the deal. Other Queensland politicians echoed Nicklon's sentiment. In 1960, State Development Minister Ernie Evans criticised the Menzies government's neglect of Queensland in the Legislative Assembly. He subsequently claimed that Queensland-based Supply Minister Alan Holmes' lack of interest in his own state was well known. Member for Gregory, Wally Ray, also argued that a great break existed between the Commonwealth and Queensland, claiming that when the federal parliamentary delegation, including Deputy Prime Minister Jack McEwen, visited the Channel Country that year, their attitude was, the sooner we get out of here, the better. By August 1961, Nicklon was furious. Menzies claimed to be astonished to receive a telegram from the Queensland Premier which read, and I quote, "Recently announced rail aid to Western Australia and South Australia has brought instant and violent reaction comparing so much grant aid in those cases with proposed absence of aid for Queensland." End quote. On 31 August, Nicklon and Treasurer Tom Hiley met Menzies in Canberra to iron out their differences. They subsequently released a statement claiming that misunderstandings had been removed. The Mount Isa Railway Agreement, unaltered, would be signed off by Queensland, and the Commonwealth would contribute up to £5 million for the construction of Queensland beef roads. Later in November, as the federal election approached, the Menzies government announced that the Commonwealth would provide a £100,000 loan plus a £100,000 grant to improve port facilities at Gladstone for coal loading. If Menzies had hoped that such firm commitments would shore up support for the coalition in the December 1961 election, he was sadly mistaken. According to the Brisbane Courier Mail, the offer of help for beef roads came so late as to look like a pre-election sop. Further, with one exception, state politicians representing Country Party electorates refused to campaign with the federal coalition. Possibly annoyed at his failure to get a better deal on the Mount Isa Railway, Nicklon was in the audience when Menzies spoke in Brisbane but did not share the platform. There was some substance behind the Queensland perception of a neglected state. A Prime Minister's Department briefing for a Queensland visit by the acting Prime Minister noted in 1960 that in recent times, Queensland's share of Commonwealth loan funds represented about 11.7% of the total amount available to the states. Subsequently, in 1962, a Treasury official remarked that Western Australia appeared to be more favourably treated than Queensland because the huge expanse of WA made its road grants larger and more expensive than other states. The Commonwealth's actions in November 1960 to drastically reduce inflation also impacted sharply on Queensland compared to other states. Among other measures, the Menzies government imposed tight restrictions on loans and increased sales taxes, particularly on motor vehicles. As a result, a notable rise in bankruptcy and unemployment occurred throughout 1961. There were 71,115 people unemployed in Australia in January 1961, rising to nearly 116,000 by the end of the year. Queensland had the highest percentage of unemployed by 31 December 1961, with 4.5% of the workforce out of work, compared to the national average of 2.8%. The higher unemployment levels were in large part due to the lack of diversity in the economy, with Queensland focused more heavily on primary industry. The Commonwealth's economic restrictions also exacerbated the effects of drought conditions experienced in parts of Queensland. Having adopted what one key advisor called a policy of masterly inactivity, the Menzies government did not alter its economic belt-tightening policy in the lead-up to the 1961 poll. It gave Queenslanders and Queensland politicians time to worry about the future. The recession came at a time when the northern state was in transition. Because of bulk loading of sugar, there was less work on the wharves. Mechanisation also reduced the need for manual labour. Sugar towns were well aware, for example, that mechanical harvesting would soon take the place of cane cutters. In addition, with rising numbers of electors on unemployment benefits and a decline in revenue, Premier Nicklin was feeling the pressure, complaining to Menzies that, and I quote, "We are running out of official capacity to spend at a sufficient rate to attract your matching grants for roads and university," end quote. Despite the economic recession, Menzies appeared supremely confident in the days before the election on 9 December. "I am unable to discern any swing against my government," he claimed. "In Queensland, I have been delighted with the large attendances at my meetings and the enthusiasm of my supporters." He was to receive a rude shock. The Coalition won 62 seats to Labor's 60 seats, which meant that once the Speaker had been elected, the Menzies government ruled the forthcoming term with a one-seat majority. This paper-thin majority was made possible by Queensland MP Jim Killen, who only narrowly won his seat. Notably, the greatest swing towards Labor was in Queensland at 10.21% compared to 5.30% in Australia overall. Having previously won only 3 out of 18 House of Representatives seats in the 1958 federal poll, the ALP in Queensland won 11 seats in 1961 compared to 7 for the Liberal Country Party coalition. Defeated Liberal MPs suggested that one of the central reasons for the electoral setback in Queensland was that they had found it impossible to overcome a conviction that the federal government had neglected Queensland. Reflecting this perception, the Courier Mail published a cartoon of Menzies in the bathroom having had his morning shave. He was depicted applying after-close shave lotion, a lotion which had ingredients such as more awareness, more nationwide thought and development. A figure peering through the door representing Queensland was shown telling the Prime Minister to rub that stuff well in, Bob. Coalition politicians also acknowledged that Labor in Queensland had run a tight and well-disciplined campaign. In its appeal to Queensland electors, Labor took advantage of both the unpopularity of the Menzies government's economic policies and the theme of Queensland neglect, which ironically had been highlighted by the state's country party politicians, Menzies' supposed allies. This dual approach was shown in Labor's electoral advertising, in which voters were urged to put Queensland back into Australia. Vote ALP. Deputy Opposition Leader Gough Whitlam also used the Queensland neglect theme, combining it with the argument that the Commonwealth was neglecting the whole of Northern Australia. Whitlam's whistle-stop tours to northern districts may have been one of the factors which led to Labor regaining seats like Kennedy and Herbert from the coalition. As Bill Hayden remembered, Whitlam dazzled the Queensland electorate. He mesmerised the Northerners with visions of rivers being turned inland and running backwards, of dams and roads littering the vast and sparsely populated top end of the country. Thereafter, Queensland loved Whitlam. Whitlam's economics might have been fractured, but his vision was perfect. It was this vision which helped get me elected, end quote. After the 1963 election, however, Labor lost 3 Queensland House of Representatives seats in South East Queensland, and the Menzies government subsequently held 10 out of the state's 18 seats. This improved performance might have been partly due to the coalition's efforts to improve its overall image by reducing sales tax on motor vehicles, increasing unemployment benefits, and restoring a 5% rebate on income tax. Queensland electors may also have returned their votes to Menzies because a change of government might have seemed risky following the Cuban Missile Crisis, the assassination of John F. Kennedy, and other unsettling world events. By the first election after Menzies' retirement in 1966, the Coalition's majority was even higher, notably securing the North Queensland seats of Herbert and Kennedy, previously held by Labor. The fact that 12 out of 18 lower house federal seats in Queensland were in Coalition hands after the 1966 poll can be explained by two main factors. First, with developments such as the sealing of the Bruce Highway from Brisbane to Cairns and the opening of a university college in Townsville in 1961, Queenslanders, especially in the major coastal towns, were now much less isolated from the rest of Australia. Secondly, between 1961 and 1966, the Menzies government displayed a clear public commitment to major Queensland projects, including the Beef Road program and the Brigalow Land Development Scheme. Further, the 1964 decision to build an army base in Townsville gave Menzies' successor Harold Holt a means of expressing the Coalition's championing of northern development at its opening in 1966. It's likely that the shock of the 1961 election result encouraged the Menzies government to successfully address the issue of Queensland neglect in its funding policies. However, since the Menzies era, the issue of Queensland neglect has remained politically potent. Improved transport and the internet have reduced physical isolation, but a Queensland sense of isolation from the centre remains. Often coupling it with the theme of northern neglect, Australian politicians such as Gough Whitlam and Tony Abbott have periodically returned to the issue of Queensland neglect over the decades to shore up their personal following and, more importantly, to gain public support in the northern state at election time. Thank you.
I think I'll start off with considering Paul Strangio's paper yesterday. Would you be able to elaborate on how sort of strong the Queensland Labor Party, because it wasn't quite the DLP, it had a different name, was, that breakaway, the split in Queensland, and why it was sort of less enduring than the DLP was in Victoria? Because I think it's an important factor. Paul Strangio was trying to argue that 61 Menzies holds on not necessarily because of the preferences in Queensland, but because he's so solid in Victoria. So I would like you to elaborate on that too.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're both right. If you do the mathematics, you know, that bedrock of support in Victoria is obviously important. You know, Queensland certainly had its pivotal moment that year with that big swing. So I think we're both on the money in that regard. In terms of the Queensland Labor Party, I think it was because during the 1960s, the Labor Party under Jack Duggan and also with campaigners like Jim Keefe, who was very involved in the organisational side of things, particularly during the 1961 election, they started to get their organisational gear up to scratch, and I think that's probably why the Queensland Labor Party didn't survive so long, and of course, obviously, Vince Gare became part of the DLP. So it's an issue I haven't really sort of looked at very deeply, but that's my guess anyway.
Sure.
Just a quick question regarding perception of distance, tyranny of distance with Queensland. You're a Queenslander?
Yes.
Now, if I can make a comment and then a question, this is an AFL state, correct, Victoria, but we've had a lot of problems with rugby in New South Wales with the perception of the Queensland Rugby Union as separate to the Australian Rugby Union, and this is an ongoing problem where Queensland separates out We don't like the Australian Rugby Union. They don't understand us. So this question of distance and isolation is a real issue, not only in politics, but in, I would argue, great sports like rugby union. Is it real? What can be done about overcoming this sense of no one understands us, we're from Townsville, they neglect us? This is the same issue that continues today.
Well, I think it's just a symptom of our federation, and I think that it's one of those accidents of history where we essentially the British settlement really started off in New South Wales and Victoria and in the south, and so we're kind of stuck with this pattern where there will always be this sense that the centre is in down south. I think that occasionally there is a bit of a complex where I think that the Queensland, Northern Territory, etc., could be a little bit more, assertive in changing the nature of the culture and not looking down south. Because I think the secret is in fact that places like Queensland, although they assert their differences, they often copy Victoria and New South Wales policies overall in the end. So in answer to your question, I think it's always going to be with us.
Hypothetically, how would have you envisaged Robert Menzies getting on with Joh Bjelke-Petersen?
I think that he would have bested him quite successfully. I've got a lot of time for Menzies, and I think he was so articulate and so good at the put down when he wanted to that he would have just wiped Joh off the map. So I don't think Menzies would have had any trouble at all.
Yeah, you first, and then David.
Be obvious to everybody that Queensland's huge, and it's 8 times the size of Victoria. Just governing, a local government kind of often doesn't speak to the south. And if you live in Brisbane, well, you're not really a Queensland. I mean, you're a good bloke, etc. You're acceptable, but the real people live in the North Queensland, who I think at one stage in history wanted to secede. But more to the point, they don't get very many services, compared with the south, and there's kind of internal divisions about who's supplying what. And some of those little towns up there in North Queensland, not necessarily far north, but Mount Isa and just that area, I mean, they really have had, I guess it's better now, but when I was there, I was spent on and off 10 years and then 10 years again at a different stage, and my work related to country folk. So I think it's a sort of existential thing, that it's a protective, as someone's mentioned, I think you said, that it's not just an imagination, but they do feel that Southerners are different and have rejected them. I think in the last 10 years it's changed a lot, as a lot of people have retired up there, and so parts of Queensland are almost tourist towns. But I think that it'll always be that sense where we're different, and it's a sort of treasured part of identity. I guess it sounds very obvious, but living there, it's very clear that people, we feel different in Queensland.
Well, I think that
I
think that particularly there's a greater divide between the southeast Queensland and the rest of Queensland in the last 15 years, and particularly I think the decision by the BT government to amalgamate a lot of local councils which had their own identity was a big kind of turning point. Local governments have now become too big, so they don't represent the people so much, and I think that a lot of there's a kind of a disconnect with between Brisbane and the rest of the state.
I think in explaining the election outcome, there's a logical question about how much weight can be placed on a factor which is always there in the politics of the state. And the theme of Queensland neglect is one which, as you say, runs through quite a long period. It didn't originate perhaps in 61 and it continued on afterwards. Menzies himself, when he tried to explain that result, tended to place weight on political factors, and particularly the behaviour of the Queensland Senate representatives. And he thought that the messages they were giving were damaging to the coalition at a time when the rest of the country was not unhappy with the situation. And indeed the Queensland result was distinctively bad. So that's one comment. The other, you might like to comment on that, but the other comment I'd like to make is just a brief one about Whitlam and the quotation from Bill Hayden, because something obviously went wrong with Whitlam's relationship with Queensland, because Bill Hayden's seat of Oxley was the only seat that the Labor Party, federal seat, the Labor Party retained in Queensland in 1975. So I'm not quite sure, whether Whitlam maintained a consistent pro-Queensland attitude, but certainly something went wrong with that relationship.
Yes, in terms of that last one, I've written about Whitlam's relationship with Queensland, and it was a particularly fruitful one in the 1960s, although it didn't always translate into seats. But certainly his reputation was quite good, and he had a particularly good relationship with many members of the Queensland branch of the Labor Party, and they assisted him as he rose to prominence in the late 60s, early 70s. In terms of the Queensland neglect theme in 1961, I think that the circumstances of unemployment and other economic factors certainly were probably the clincher, but the Queensland neglect theme provided a certain ballast and has provided a kind of a rhetorical framework for the ALP in particular to hang their hat on during that election. So it's a bit difficult to tell because each voter is different, but certainly that was a major part of their campaign.
Thanks, Linda. That was great.
Thank you.
Lucky last is Greg Malouche, who's a professor at the University of Wollongong and also a professorial fellow here at the Robert Menzies Institute, where he is working with me on a contextual history of Menzies' wartime radio broadcasts. Thanks.
So, which one do I push to get the things going? Does that get me right? So I'll start with Machiavelli, which is a good place to start. So when I think of luck, I think of fortune, or fortuna, which is, of course, the classic Machiavelli statement on fortune or luck. I conclude, therefore, that fortune being changeful and mankind steadfast in their ways, so long as the two are in agreement, men are successful, but unsuccessful when they fall out. For my part, I consider it better to be adventurous than cautious, because fortune is a woman, and if you wish to keep her under, it is necessary to beat and ill-use her. Oh, God, Mackie will get in trouble these days, wouldn't he? Sorry, I'm getting too. Beat her. And it is seen that she allows herself to be mastered by the adventurous rather than those who go to work more coldly. She is therefore always womanlike, a lover of young men, because they are less cautious, more violent, and with more audacity command her. Menzies actually proves Machiavelli to be wrong. He was not young, he was not actually adventurous, and he certainly wasn't violent or audacious. But he did actually manage to do a very Machiavellian thing. he managed to avoid the contempt of the Australian people. And in Machiavelli's view, it is the one thing you must always avoid is contempt. So, I've got a bit of a strange argument. I want to start off with some criticisms of Menzies made during the Menzies period. John Douglas Pringle, editor of the Sydney Morning Herald, wrote a book called Australian Accent. The Herald always disliked Menzies. And Pringle was one of a series of English editors they had of the Herald. His judgment was, this is 1958, well-read and cultured, he is a man who prefers to rely on the knowledge acquired in his youth, rather than seek out new knowledge in his mature years. As a result, he seems often out of touch with the temper and thoughts of today. To sum up, he is a supremely successful politician, ruthless, adroit and cunning, whose special device is to pose always as a statesman. So there he gets another Machiavellian thing. He gets the appearance right. It's actually more important in politics to get the appearance right than to get the reality right. He also comments on Evatt. He has said so many different things at different times. Weak opposition leader. Colin Clark, writing in Australian Hopes and Fears about the same time, Mr Menzies' governments have had an almost continuous record of failure to take the right action at the right time. And he describes Menzies as a barrister prime minister who thinks when he's won the case, he's actually done something. In other words, he's good at the words, but again, that's in Machiavellian terms, that's fine. He's good at speeches, but not necessarily good at action. And coming back to what Paul Kelly did refer to at the beginning of the conference, Donald Horne, the lucky country, who actually has a lot to say about Menzies. The positive characteristics of the age, the spread of affluence, the considerable relaxation in social styles, the increase in national self-assurance, his attitude has been largely nostalgic. With policy-making slowing down and sometimes stopping, the permanent heads of the government departments get on with the job of administering departments in a way that will not cause trouble. So he's a good administrator. But this fits in, of course, with what we were saying about the incremental stuff. He is essentially arrogant, although courageous, with a scorn for most other men, perhaps all other men. He uses his power to little purpose. But Horne comes to the great conclusion, again, as with Clark and Evatt. Cornwall is even more antediluvian than Menzies. So, there wasn't much of a choice. He's seen few of the potentialities. So the implication is that Menzies is all talk and action. A man who simply administered the country without any real vision. He was a good showman while practising masterly in action. Masterly in action, I think, is a Sir Humphrey term, isn't it, from memory? Masterly in action. He was fortunate in facing two opposition leaders who were even worse than he was. This is meant as a criticism, but was it? And was his masterly in action really such a bad thing? So the criticisms that the and these are not people of the left, by the way. Horne was not a man of the left at this stage. Pringle I don't think was a man of the left. Clark was sort of a Labor Party person in a funny sort of way. But they weren't hardcore lefties making comments about him. So what have I got next on my I've probably done things that I can never see what I did. That's all right. Okay. So what I want to invoke is the idea of the forgotten people, who I think were more than a rhetorical device and were certainly still around in the years 1954 to 1961. I think the forgotten people are actually a real group. I think they're actually a real group. I think my parents were the forgotten people. My father had crappy clerical jobs during the 1950s and then bought what was known as a mixed business in 1961. And I also think is that who were the forgotten people? What strikes me as emblematic of the forgotten people were the bank workers who came out to protest the attempt by Chifley to nationalise the banks back in 1947. There were, I suspect, more women than men who can be counted as amongst the forgotten people. They were the generations, and I think we have to remember, when we're talking about the 1950s, we're talking about people who grew up a lot earlier, went through a lot more, and I'll go a little bit into this. They were the generations that have come to depict as practicing, in Justice Higgins' words, modest comfort. They were the generation of modest comfort. They did not have a lot. They had been through privation. They had been through the trauma of 2 world wars and the Depression. They knew how to practice frugality as a part of their everyday existence. And this was a society and culture that was very different to our own. Very different to our own. So, credit was very limited. This was an age when thrift and saving, this is actually the beginning of the age of credit. I'll come back to that in a moment. But it was still when people saved up and bought things. That was an age when saving. The standard of living was considerably lower than today. The range of foods was quite limited. There was no fast foods. Remember, Kentucky Fried Chicken was the first fast food outlet in Australia. Didn't happen until 1968. So what was there? It was the age of puddings and sponge cakes. You can get Jeffrey Blaney on to see much better than this on me. There were basically very little in the way of supermarkets. It was interesting talking about the building of the mall in Canberra in the early 1960s. Well, malls are a 1960s things. Totally different shopping habits. In many states, not most, some states there was still 6 o'clock closing of hotels. Particularly Victoria and South Australia, of course, which were the Wowser states. But in New South Wales, they got rid of this in 1955. You could, at the end of the age of the 6 o'clock squill, 1955, right in the middle of everything. Sabbatarianism was in force. People forget the age of Sabbatarianism. One of the things I came across, apparently at the 1959 Billy Graham crusade, they couldn't sell the songbooks for the Crusades on a Sunday because it was illegal to sell the books, because book selling was illegally to sell on a Sunday. And of course, it was the great age that when you travelled on a Sunday, you could only buy a drink if you were a bona fide traveller. You could not buy a drink anywhere else. Shops were closed, everything. I could make, of course, the joke about Ava Gardner and the end of the world coming to Melbourne in 1959, probably because Melbourne was always more Sabbatarian than other parts of the country. Naughty books were banned. This was the 1950s, the famous Eugene Goosens incident where he got into trouble for bringing what was deemed pornographic material into the country. Eugene Goosens, everyone knows who Eugene Goosens was, I take it. He was a conductor and everything, yeah. And then there was the tyranny of distance. I think this is a society, I think, Judith Brett's right, there was this moral middle class which sort of maps onto the forgotten people. And I think forgotten people are basically lower middle class. They live. And the thing that's interesting here, I was born in 1954, and to 1961 when I moved, but I was actually born in the electorate of Barton. Who was the member for the electorate of Barton in the mid-1950s? The leader of the opposition, Mr. Evatt. Gee. But I think that Barton was actually a place, that area was actually a place of the forgotten people, because just north of Barton is a suburb called Earlwood. And who was living in Earlwood in the 1950s? Sorry? John Howard. It was actually, it's to do with St George and Canterbury and various other things. Earlwood was always considered a cut above the suburbs around it at the time. But, so it was basically a middle brow, a middle brow culture. And I think, as described by David Malouf, who was, of course, living in Queensland at the time, and he gives this picture of, there was a homogeneity of culture in terms of food, in terms of entertainment, early 50s, People stayed home and played cards, different sort of culture. Families sang together around the piano on Sunday nights. And, all these various things to do. And as Maloof argues, this was a middle-brow culture. And Menzies, I think, was middle-brow. That's why he appealed to the forgotten people. He wasn't Evatt. Evatt was avant-garde art and other things. Menzies liked landscapes. He could relate. So, given what happened after World War II and the Depression, I think there's a great fear of economic good times would be followed by times of economic dearth. And this belief, I think, runs right up to the middle of the 1950s. The concern consumed those during World War II who feared a post-World War slump because of what had happened after World War I. But then in 1955, I think the age of prosperity was declared. And Menzies stated at this point that the problems facing the country were those of prosperity and not depression. At the same time, the Treasurer, Artie Fadden, stated that wage growth and increased consumption, including the expansion of hire purchase, were creating problems for the economy. And I think this leads to what I would describe as the Pax Moderna, across the Western world, as it becomes affluent. This happened right at the beginning of this period. You get the Pax Moderna. People are getting more affluent. It's the years in which we're dealing that prosperity really takes hold. But I should point out that what I'm talking about as prosperity in Australia is what Gen Z today would regard as austerity. So this report in Treasury, 1956, we are like a family that has been spending not only the whole of its earnings, but also the money it has in the bank, spending it partly to enlarge the house and acquire other durable possessions, but partly to have a good time. So, what do we call I can't see where I was. Anyway. So the growth of credit in the 1950s. Outstanding advances of hire purchase companies rise from $187 million in 1953 to $824 million. 520 million of new hire purchase agreements in 1959. Two-thirds were used to purchase new and used cars, with most of the rest used to purchase household goods. And also the number of people taking out mortgages rises during the 1950s. So my point is that the Menzies years saw a very significant shift, these particular years, in Australian culture, especially in economic attitudes. It's a time in which a culture based on modest comfort was replaced by one based on prosperity. It's a slow process, but in material terms, genuine. As those of you who have read Tacitus and Seneca will know, the challenges of prosperity are as great as those of dearth. So, where am I here? There it is. So, what did they spend? What did prosperity in the second half of the 1950s mean? It meant washing machines. It meant refrigerators. People used to have ice boxes. Even when I was young, my mother still had a washer with ring washer where you wrung the clothes out. But they actually got real washing machines. They got televisions. They got brick veneer houses into the 60s. They got motor vehicles. So Australia was still largely comfort. So what I'm trying to argue is that Australia is still quite conservative in its cultural habits in the 1950s. There's still the forgotten people there, but they're transitioning to prosperity. Have I done something? Prosperity. And it's still around. And it's one of the great facts of the late 1950s. What was the great event of 1959? What event actually had, it's claimed, up to 30% of Australians go there? The Billy Graham Crusade. Never appears in the history books, of course, because they're not interested in it. So the moral sort of thing is still there. It matches the royal visit. So in the period 1954 to 61, the age of prosperity, or Pax Moderna, begins. But the Australian people are still living in a age of modest comfort, having gone through 2 wars and a depression. They were moving down the road to a consumer society, but still wary of that world and what it had to offer. Menzies was the ideal leader for those circumstances, I think. Reliable, reassuring, he instinctively developed a political style appropriate for the times in which he lived. He was criticised by the academic economic profession because he did not seek to engage in economic planning, preferring to rely on Treasury and its advice. That he was masterfully inactive is not a criticism. I think it suited the time. Why wouldn't one keep the best aspects of the regime that he supplanted, along with the best public servants available? In this period in particular, he was the Prime Minister for the forgotten people. There was no real pressure to engage in reconstruction, which was yesterday's dream. Social engineering, that was very 1940s. The Australian people rejected social engineering when they only took on the social welfare part of the 1946. That disabled a lot of the possibilities for social engineering. The 1949 election confirmed that. So I agree with David. The Australian people are actually naturally liberal. They're not naturally Labor in that respect. They did not want vast social engineering. And Reconstruction was a flop. So, and as Whitlam proved a decade later, to be a Prime Minister who wanted to reintroduce Reconstruction in a way, that's no great thing. So that leads to 1961 and the so-called credit squeeze. It was, in fact, I think, it's interesting it's called credit squeeze when, as I understand, it's actually the first recession of Pax Moderna. It's the first contemporary recession brought on by overheating the economy, stimulated by growing consumption based on the extension of credit. It proved to be almost terminal for Menzies' government. Perhaps he at Menzies did have some luck, but it was luck that came out of his capacity to master fortune and to avoid contempt. So, I hope that hasn't been too much of a struggle for him.
I'll start off with just to get you to elaborate on that context a bit, that not only was the 1950s a period of prosperity for a generation of people who hadn't necessarily experienced that prosperity, but to what extent was it unexpected prosperity? Because I know that certainly the expectation post-war was something quite different.
Yeah, I think you've got to understand that the forgotten people, as they came in from the 30s and the 40s, the 50s, they did not necessarily expect prosperity. That was not expected. And if you look at the sort of discussion during the Reconstruction period, there's an assumption that there will be some sort of post-war recession. They were obsessed with keeping unemployment down. They thought you needed planning to do this. So it was, when you look from 1914 through to, say, 1945, this is the most terrible time, and there would be but as Maclean argues, in fact, the Second World War was totally different from what the Australian governing classes thought it would be. It was a time that actually delivered the beginnings of prosperity, but there was a prosperity that they weren't expecting necessarily. That would be the way I'd see it, yeah.
So where does higher education fit into this? Was this something that people expected as part of prosperity? Because when you read someone like Alan Martin, he said, Menzies didn't really have political calculations behind this, that he's just doing it because he thought he should. But then we hear that opening a college in Townsville was important. So what are the politics of higher education?
Oh, I don't know. I think I have a sort of, I suppose I see higher education as, no, I won't say it's a vanity project, but it's a bit like one of those things you do. It's a fulfilment of the dream for Menzies, I think. It's a fulfilment of the dream. It's one of the areas in which he is masterfully active for a change. So I don't know if he thought that was going to build prosperity. I think the prosperity was different. But I think the statements. I mean, there are statements from the mid-50s. We are entering the age of prosperity. We are coming into prosperity, which is. I think it's the fact that it's unexpected. That things. I think the education stuff comes later. I think it's still the time when people would have left school at 16, and the fact there was a lot of work around would have been great. And cheap housing. Think of all the things. But of course, the standard of living is lower. The housing doesn't have. They weren't building McMansions. They were building small houses on big blocks. Whereas now they build huge houses on small blocks.
Another question is, I know it might seem odd to certainly people of my generation and below, but to what extent was the Liberal Party itself seen as a sort of vehicle of modernity, considering it had only been founded in 1944? Was it more apt for the times than, say, Labor, that did have this sort of pre-industrial age?
Well, I think, and this has come out in some of the papers during this conference, that Horne wasn't wrong in referring to Cornwall, who was perhaps the most socially conservative political leader this country has ever seen. You should read him on The Permissive Society. He was a troglodyte. And the problem is, again, coming back to Machiavelli, that cocky Cornwall got content. That was a problem, I think. I think that was a real problem. Menzies, because of his bearing and everything else, I remember this film I've seen of a woman talking about, that nice Mr. Menzies, which of course is about why he didn't have a woman problem. The Labor Party in the 1950s had the woman problem. They had the woman problem. They could be seen as burly, sort of, boinkers and so on. So they had the woman problem. Something there for the Liberal Party to learn, perhaps. He didn't have the woman problem. So I think,
This is just a footnote to your remarks, Greg. But, of course, in the 1950s, John Kenneth Galbraith published The Affluent Society. And the Affluent Society proposed that, given the very high state of affluence that had been reached in America particularly, but the West in general, it was time to think about a more active role for government. And so I remember arguing with my father about that as a young man at the time. Galbraith wasn't entirely unattractive to those who saw politics as being a very significant realm. But what this amounts to is that during this period that you're talking about, the seeds of the idea that society could be planned, and also the seeds of the youth revolt that was evidenced in America with the Students for a Democratic Society, and the movements against censorship and so forth, the liberalisation of society, were really sown during this time. And Menzies had to deal with some of those before he left office.
Although I think it's a generational thing, because the students in the 1960s, of course, who were largely wartime babies or born slightly before the war, probably didn't undergo much in the way of privations like their parents would have undergone. So they come with a different set of attitudes and values. I think that's what's going on. And of course, they are more educated, because people talk about universities. Of course, in the 1950s, secondary education in the States expanded considerably as well. So people were getting better educated. I always think, when we're trying to compare different, say we compare the 1980s to today, you've got to think, well, who were the people in the 1980s? When were they born? What were their life experiences? That's what I'm trying to get at here, in a sense. Is it the life experiences? And I think it's the life experiences that made the forgotten people, in a sense. It's the life experiences of World War I, Depression, World War II. And then you get to the next generation, who aren't really, not necessarily the boomers, they're actually often wartime babies who are the Woodstock generation. They've had a total set of different life experiences. That would be my, yeah.
We'll thank Greg. So now it's time for my closing remarks, and I really won't keep you very long because I know people have got flights to catch, and it's been an awfully long couple of days, but I think it's been an awfully enlightening couple of days. I'd like to thank you all for being here. It really has been a good turnout. It's been great to hear from all 16 of our 16 papers with 17 speakers, and I know it's sort of a cliche to say, but I think that these conferences really do get better every year. Certainly they do get greater every year, quite literally, because each year so far we've gained 3 speakers, 3 more papers than we had in the previous one. So I think that this will probably have to be the cap at 16, or otherwise the publisher will rouse on us and we'll start going into a third day, which I don't think is very practicable. But one thing sort of reflecting over the course of the 2 days, there are a couple of things to draw out, I think. One is that this is the epitome, this period of 54 to 61, when you're thinking about sort of the Menzies period, where you might have the stereotype that nothing happened. We've mentioned this before. This is the old Keating line when he's battling with Howard in the House of Representatives, that this is the period in which Menzies put the country into neutral and just coasted along. But we've heard through these 16 papers that is far from the truth, even though if we finished up with Greg, we saw that there is a beauty in that as well, that for people who had lived through history, quite literally lived through monumental history in the Great Depression and the Second World War, and many of them the First World War as well, they were quite happy to be in a period of history that was forgettable for the right reasons, forgettable because it was prosperous, forgettable because it was stable, and even more so this specific period that comes between some of the fierce clashes of the early Cold War, things like the Korean War and the attempt to ban the Communist Party, and then those flaring up again with confrontasi and with the Vietnam War. This really was the period of tranquility, the Pax Moderna, as Greg was just saying. But another thing I really want to draw out is that when I was talking with people about the Young Menzies when we were promoting it earlier in the year, one of the questions I would often get, certainly not sort of on the record, but just privately, was, well, what does this actually say that's not already in Alan Martin's biography? And I don't mean to denigrate Alan Martin's masterful 2-volume biography. It really is a wonderful thing. But I would say that so much of what we have heard the last 2 days is not in Martin's biography, or is only mentioned in passing in Martin's biography, or is treated with a completely different perspective from Martin's biography. The Menzies era and the Menzies government are far too great, too important, too vast to ever fit into one particular study. We're trying to do 4 volumes right here, but really the Menzies period encapsulates so much of 20th century Australia. It encapsulates a real turning point in 20th century Australia where you can start to see Australia become the modern nation that we really know and experience and enjoy. And I think that's what was important about Greg's paper, is just to draw out just how different certainly the period before Menzies was. That Menzies is this period of transition when we were finally getting shopping malls, and 2 years later the first KFC and these sorts of things. So yeah, I really don't want to labour the point. I'll leave you with that. Thank you all for coming. It's been a magnificent couple of days.